Alright guys, welcome back from lunch. Wow. Alright, welcome back from lunch. If you're still out in the foyer area grabbing coffee, grabbing, we have an exciting speech coming up. There's also the breakout groups this afternoon. That's in the other building across from the lobby, so you're welcome to join that. There's an exciting schedule which you don't have in front of me. Our topics lined up over there. So we're going to kick it off today with more of a technology talk. We've been talking a lot about startups, so we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about technology, specifically how technology can empower startups. So we have an excellent speaker on this, and they're one of our sponsors as well. So we want to thank Amazon Web Services. Are you guys familiar with AWS? Who's familiar with AWS out there? Okay, good familiarity. Who has apps running on AWS right now? Not bad, not bad. Okay, well, I'm going to do the usual thing that we do and turn it over to Peter Kemps. He's at AWS Business Development and Venture Capital. They have an awesome team, and they're empowering startups and entrepreneurs in the Philippines. So, Peter, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah. Thanks for the introduction there, and welcome everyone. We go over the mic. Can you guys hear me with that? Yeah. No. Not so good. Is it better now? Right. Cool. We'll see how it goes. Tonight. So, Geeks on the Beach is about startups and what you want to do with that. Is this better? Better? Yeah? Noise to me, whatever. Geeks on the Beach is about startups, technology, and design. So we talk a lot about startups, we talk a lot about technology so far, so I'm going to do a bit of that. How many of you in the room are developers? No, seriously, how many of you are developers? I see, that's good. All right, okay, so we've got quite a few developers in the room. So I'm going to talk about 7,107 and beyond. Do you guys know what that number stands for? Number of items, right? I've actually been told it's the number of items at low tide. At high tide is not more, right? So you need that's what it's about. And what's interesting to see is that if you want to scale your startup across so many islands, you just focus on the Philippines. That's interesting and challenging in its own right. So these are all startups that run on Amazon Web Services. It's interesting, we've got quite a few of the people from these companies actually in the room here today. We've got Tata, we've got Zipmatch right there. It's interesting how some of these guys have already received investments from Coldfly, from JBI, Lava, Tech, or from Start Ventures, some of them got funding from 500. They're all doing really well, focusing on the domestic market. But I think what's interesting is that some of these models still scale globally as well. You see, Travel, for example, is a business model very similar to the Indian and very successful company called Redbus. You know what the second largest market was for Redbus? It was actually Venezuela. Really weird, similar market dynamics. So although these guys are focused on the Philippines, what a lot of people are saying, what a lot of investors are saying, that they really want to invest in companies that can go global or can at least scale regionally. This is a quote from one of the main VCs in Australia. That's a small market. Philippines is a lot larger as a market. But I hear the same sentiment from folks in the US or in India for that matter. But it's good to see that there's a bunch of startups that are based in the Philippines but actually have gone regional. Guys like Payroll Hero, we've got Mr. Jagger in Malaysia, in Singapore, Lendo doing stuff in Mexico and Colombia, and Twit News and Ayala actually doing a lot of stuff global. What's interesting to see is that all these guys, for their scale, are actually using Amazon Amazon Web Services. And what's interesting is there was an interesting research recently on AngelList data in terms of like which technologies are they using. And when it came to hosting, this was actually what came out. And what was most interesting for me was not that there was a lot of startups running on Amazon. I obviously knew that already, but AngelList also had a signaling score around which startups are okay, good, and great, if you can see that. And it's interesting to see that mix. And those startups that have really strong technical teams that can really leverage the very services that we offer are actually the startups that performance-wise are doing really well. Now, why is that? There's a couple of reasons that we're seeing. First of all, this is something that we hear from our customers. They basically tell us, we like the fact that you're leveling the playing field, that you're democratizing security and technology and global footprint and stuff like that. So all these startups that I just mentioned, right? That leverage our platform, as well as some of the largest enterprise companies like Unilever or Samsung or even NASA that use technology to shut up the Mars rover on the way up to Mars. So it's interesting that all these startups can get those same benefits. Now, another reason that what we hear that people like is that the platform is very developer-centric, which is why I asked how many of you guys are developers, right? So if you want real breadth of services, very granular and teachable APIs, and really be able to automate everything, then that's some of the benefits we're giving. And it's very flexible and open in terms of the types of technologies you can use. I'm not sure, what is the most, who of you guys are developing for Ruby here in the room? Is there a lot of Ruby? Yeah? PHP? Yeah? Node.js? That kind of, it's really balanced. Yeah? No? Mobile, interesting. I spoke with Earl Valencia at ID Space yesterday, and he mentioned that for all the applications to ID Space, about 30% are actually mobile, and specifically around Android. Obviously, the devices that are coming into this market are very much Android focused. Which of you guys are Android developers? Anyone? Okay, we've got a few. What's interesting from an Android point of view, I'm talking different. I'm talking on the one hand about Amazon Web Services, but it's actually interesting that another part of our business has just launched the Amazon App Store in the Philippines just 2 weeks ago, and not just in the Philippines, but in a number of other markets as well. So if you want to develop for Android, you can actually develop for the Amazon App Store. 75% of the apps need absolutely no customization. You get access to a lot of interesting APIs around A/B testing or one-click in-app purchasing and stuff like that. And you can now go regional with that because we also launched in Malaysia and Thailand and Vietnam and so on. I think that the key part though is the bottom, monetization, which is crucial for a lot of mobile developers. I'm not sure if you can read it, but with Amazon, we also have over 200 million credit cards on file. We actually see monetization in the Android landscape on Amazon's App Store being significantly higher than on the other App Store that's out. So that's pretty interesting. Now, the last thing is it's pretty easy to get started. In all fairness, it's not as easy as some of the pure play platform as a service will host, but in terms of the benefits that you're getting, there's a lot of benefits out there, specifically around some of the services we offer that allow you to just put something in this case, Beanstalk, which is one of the services we offer, and it basically automatically deploys, it automatically sets up kind of like this best practice architecture that helps you with the scale. Now, what's interesting is a lot of folks ask me, like, when does it make sense to get started? And what they're saying is, yeah, we like what you guys are doing, but we're not big enough for yet, so we'll migrate as and when we need scale. And then they ask me, Peter, is that a smart idea? And I always take this metaphor of an airplane, right? An airplane goes on the runway, and it goes flat for some time, and then at some stage it takes off, right? So basically you're asking me, is it smart to jump in the plane, go on the runway, go flat for some time, take off, and when you're taking off, hey, let's change the engine. Is that a smart idea? Not really a smart idea, right? So you want to think about this concept of thinking bigger than starting small, but build a seed that allows you to scale up quickly. And that ties into product development and how back in the days people thought it was a linear line, but now it's much more iterative product design. And you see that with some guys. Has anyone here in the room heard of Bourbon? Yes? Right. Who is it? It's Instagram, right? So this is one great startup that basically built a location-based mobile app, iterated a few times, pivoted, it really works, suddenly zoomed in onto their photo sharing app and really took off. Another one is Audio. I'm not sure anyone heard of that one. Same story, failed miserably a few times, iterated, zoomed in into one of their strong points, and actually that's Twitter, and the rest was history, right? So it's interesting to see how that goes. And what we're trying to do with Amazon is allow us to develop quickly and develop cheaply and get started. If you think about a scenario where you're going to ID Space or you're going to JPI in Singapore or Kickstarter, and you've got a team for 3 months and you need to run quickly, right? What you can actually do is your first month of development and test. You can build a very small, simple architecture. You just have one server, you have one database server, nothing too much. That'll cost you about $0 for the first month when you actually AWS Activate Startup program I'll mention later on. You could go on the next month, do a bit more, get some people testing it. That will cost you about $15. And so in the last month, it will cost you a bit more, but ultimately, you can get your MVP for about $250. But the cool part there is it might still be more than if you just have a plain virtual server. Change the engine, it could just keep running, right? That's very powerful. Now, just wrapping up there, I just mentioned AWS Activate. Some of you are actually on that program already. Most of the startups that I just mentioned are leveraging the program. It gives credits, it gives a whole range of benefits. And everyone in there, you get some extra benefits if you're part of, for example, ID Space or Kickstart. But it will be interesting for you guys to check it out in any way. And last slide, for those guys that are interested to go a bit deeper, go a bit more technical, those developers in the room, I'm doing a session tomorrow, a breakout in 4-3 lobby area, which is about growth secrets from Dropbox, Pinterest, and Instagram. So we dive deep into their architectures and how they've used the platform and what magical things they've done to actually be as successful as they are. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, that's great. So, how are you guys doing? Are you feeling full from lunch? I just want to say that, unfortunately, lunch was not built on a platform like AWS. But we're going to iterate. So I apologize for the confusion today, and I know a lot of you were just running around trying to figure out what table you were at with me. But I apologize for that. We'll get it sorted. Bear with us. This is also a startup event, so we're in beta. So. Right? Gmail did that for a record long time. Let me make my way back over to my schedule. There were some changes in the afternoon session. With that, we have a fireside chat coming up next. So this is how we raise funds. This is an interview of 2 successful startups who were able to raise funds. That's ZipMatch and Caliber. So I would like to hand it over to Dustin from IdeaSpace. He's going to conduct this interview. So let's put our hands together for Dustin.
Okay, thank you, Dave. So, a while ago, we've heard a lot of speakers in the panel discussions talking about investments, the investment opportunities in emerging markets in the Philippines, in the global context. Now, let's shift the discussion into actual case studies of startups who have raised funds Philippine or local investors, but from regional investors. And with that, I'd like to call on our speakers. Where are our speakers? Come on, guys. We have Chao Paredes from ZipMatch, John Dang, also from ZipMatch, Paul Rivera from Caliber, and one investor joining us from you guys for joining this panel. Maybe we can have a quick introduction of what your organization is, what your start is, or to reach what INJ investment is. So maybe we can start with Paul.
Everyone, good afternoon. My name is Paul Rivera. I'm the founder and CEO of Caliber. We reverse engineer jobs. We identify skills, traits, behaviors, knowledge related to that job, and we help companies assess and recruit people based off of the skills that we learn from these jobs. We started a company. Started about 2 years ago. This is my second startup in the Philippines. The first one I started in 2007 when I came back here to start BPO. Yeah.
So my name is John. This is my partner, Chao. I'm with ZipMatch. ZipMatch is basically an online real estate platform. Our business model is a customer referral system. Our focus is really to help empower home ownership in the Philippines. And the way we do that is through education, corporate financing, matching, and customer service, as well as helping you to professionalize. We've been doing this for 2 years now.
Yeah, hello everyone. So thank you again. Boy and Tina, it's great and I'm so excited about Geeks and Beach. My name is Koichi, Director of INJ Investment Partners. We are based in Singapore. So since last year, we started investment in Southeast Asia. Yeah, from the last June, actually, 2013. So far, we have 9 investments, actually 10 investments in Southeast Asia, including March, Guyana, and including in Philippines. So although we are based in Singapore, all money actually comes from Japan, and we have an office in Indonesia as well. So my colleague, Yasu, he's there. He's also covering Philippine market. So both of us, looking for the startup in Philippines. So you can tell how much we are bullish for the market in Philippines.
Really nice.
Hi, I'm Chao Paredes. I'm a cook of ZipMatch, and it's my second time in GOD. I found our first investors in this event, so very excited to share our story.
So I know the topic is how we respond, but maybe we can take half a step back and answer the questions, like the basic questions, like why do we need to raise funds? So for you, Paul, why did you need to raise funds?
Hello. So I came from Silicon Valley. I worked in e-commerce in San Francisco for a company called Mercantila. From 2004 to 2006, I was a product manager there. They raised $22 million in funding. So very early on, I saw what a startup that raised money felt like, and I was very young at the time. I was 20 years old.
That happens.
I was very young at the time that I left the intern on the end. What a startup with venture capital money could do, what they decided to do with part of that money was they sent me to Bangalore, India, to set up a BPO for them. And we ended up hiring over 100 people there, product management, engineering, customer support, to help scale the e-commerce operation. I left Google in 2007 and I moved back to the Philippines and I decided to start a company. I decided to bootstrap it along with my 2 founders. Bootstrapping means credit card debt, cashing out our retirement accounts. I was 24 at the time. My partner was 45, the other one was 36. So we self-funded and used cash flow to grow that business. It was a very, very painful process because on the precipice of death, meaning if a company or a client of ours was late paying us, we may miss payroll, right? If we had an unexpected emergency, we may go over our budget and not be able to pay for it. So I started my first company completely bootstrapped, completely from the ground up, and I didn't want to do that again with Caliber. And I wanted to try to do something with scale, with technology, and I wanted to do it with venture capital.
Because I had the pleasure of interviewing both John and Chow in one of our Star Trek events. You mentioned before that during your first month, you were already earning revenues, right? So why did you need to raise more money if you're already generating revenues at the time?
I didn't know anything about raising money. The industry that I worked in, I came from online gambling, and so online gambling is a very cash-rich business. And prior to that, in the U.S., I was in the ad tech, affiliate marketing, lead generation space, and all these businesses was very cash flow positive. So I had no clue about how to do this. So when I wanted to break into real estate, I thought, well, why not make real estate sales and drive enough revenue so that we can pivot and build something bigger? And as we were going along, we discovered some of the challenges that Paul just mentioned. Our collectibles were terrible. We were waiting 90 days, 6 months on collections, and we were digging into our pocket and borrowing money to keep the business alive. We were cash, we were revenue positive, but they wanted to pivot our business into a more scalable model. And in order to do that, we needed to operate really slow. We needed to scale up fast. We needed to scale up our team. We needed to drive more volume. And so in order to reach that target, we needed investments to get us there.
So you mentioned about scaling, growing the business. So where do you actually find investors who are totally gung-ho, who are totally supportive of you growing your business? I know for your investors go out. So can you walk us through that experience and how do you actually, what is your strategy in trying to pitch or trying to meet investors? Because my intention of asking that question is because there are a lot of investors here. So maybe you can give them tips on how to approach potential investors without, trying to be too aggressive somehow.
Yeah, well, when I go to conferences, I always make my research. So prior to the event, I already take a look at the list of speakers, and if there's anybody that I'm interested to know, then I would actually make introductions prior to the event. So before going to the first GOAD, I already emailed or added them in Facebook, whatever, and make an introduction. So when I get to the event, I just try to meet people, whether they're VCs or other startups or anyone else, right? I think I could always hear Paul say, always be pitching wherever you are within the event. So I actually met Koichi not in the actual not in the actual room, but outside when we were chatting.
Smoking space.
Smoking space. People are gonna follow you now. You go to smoke.
Yeah. You definitely want to be aggressive. Raising money is not a child's sport, right? And then you want to be aggressive, you want to be persistent. What you don't want to be is annoying, right? So you have to find the right time to interject with an investor if you're having a conversation with someone. You don't want to just go in there and pitch to them. You want to find the right time to be able to do it. So I think you definitely want to be aggressive, and you want to border on aggressive almost being right. Because ultimately, they're being pitched at by other people. So what are you going to be? What are you going to do to stay top of mind for them when you're raising money? So, yeah.
And by the way, we haven't actually tackled the question, how much have you raised so far and who are your current investors? So, yeah. John?
I think we raised a total of close to $1 million now. Our investors include Koichi from INJ, who has led our rounds, as well as 500 startups with Young. Locally, we have guys like IdeaSpace and Hatch Digital, and we think those are two of the better local investors. Then we also have a couple of angels. We have a group of solid angels, guys like guys from Call Center, guys who Tara Vide, who's the president of NetPrice, is also one of our investors. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Paul?
We raised $2.1 million. First money came from friends and family, primarily people I went to university with. And they were the ones that cut $10,000 to $20,000 checks. Then it was, kind of successful friends and successful entrepreneurs both in the U.S. and in the Philippines. Those were the guys that cut $20,000 to $50,000 checks. And then our first institutional money came from Kickstart Ventures, and they cut us a $100,000 check. And immediately right after that, we got into Y Combinator, and they cut you a $20,000 check for 7% of your company, which is actually a horrible valuation, but you get the brand of Y Combinator and the network that comes along with it. After Y Combinator, we raised about $1.4 million, re-upping from existing investors, including Kickstart here in the Philippines. Learn Capital. Learn Capital is based out of Redwood City. They're the premier investor in kind of edtech solutions. Senior Ventures, which is actually run by two Philans, Paul Santos and Eric Malunas. They're now called Wavemaker Pacific. And then maybe already Venture Impact Fund, run and organized by here maybe our founder of eBay. Four set of investors. We also have great angels who run Small Hill, as well as Chris Abdemon, which runs Innovation Works, which is a $500 million innovation.
Now, onto the topic of challenges that you face when you're it's a continuous process, but given your past experiences, what were the challenges that influenced that investment or that deal?
I think our biggest challenge was when we met, I never made an investment in the Philippines to understand the local market and the local landscape. So to get a Filipino local investor to lead around. And that was the most challenging. We could get a Filipino investor to really block our vision. And it was probably, I wasn't sure. So we just had to, get to go along and kind of scrap that one through. And then finally, we just said, you know what, I'll leave this around. So that's one fault. So it was really just getting the first one to leave around. That was
Koichi, why is it important, at least for IMG?
so, guy who can still the feedback is very definitely I
But, like, um,
It's honestly it's very Like some team have good CEO, has no that's good. They are with Japan, yes. But still, we very convincing. The CEO has to blame themselves actually. They have to think about it.
Paul, is there anything about that? Challenge raising funding here.
Yeah, so we started raising funding in 2012. Challenge was landscape of the Philippines. So uh, there was no issue locally, right? There were no INJ was if I had to do that. I did 2 pitches in October, and I got 50 rejections. So that was no one wants to do us, and the basic we have issues with our brand. But outside of time, they don't see the recruiters here. You see, start the gospel back. And us being in the Philippines, many investors want to be a drive away. We would be a flight away, maybe 14-hour flight away from Manila. So that made it doubly difficult to make out of the people they did not.
You need to invest time. So my next question is, how much time do you need to spend in raising funds? And how do you balance that with respect to your current commitments to your startup? So, yeah.
Trying to figure out how to balance it, to be honest. But at times you feel like almost a full-time job. And what's painful about that is you're still trying to grow your operation to show traction at the same time. And so I would say, like Paul says, always be pitching. You're always raising. As soon as you close the second round, you're on to the third round. And it doesn't stop until, and ideally you want to get to the point where you're not raising money anymore, right? And so I think part of our mistake in the past was, and I get a lot of advice from Paul actually, I go to him quite often, because he helps me out in my pitch. Just take the run, take more money to get yourself. I'll take less money and I'll prove ourselves and then we'll raise another round. What that ends up doing is just ends up eating up my time. And, it takes a lot of resources to be able to do that.
Runway, right? Because it is not easy. You're going to make mistakes. You want to be a bank to make sure that you don't die.
It's about Koichi. For you, did you want
All of them to focus on the 50.
um,
The last figure.
before we open the floor to questions from the audience, how much funds do you actually need to raise from during a round? And then in terms of milestones, what milestones do you need to achieve before you go to the next round of investments? So,
How much funds do you need?
need to raise.
I think it's a very personal question. It's really depending on the market that you're going after, your own kind of personal runway that you have. I think the general rule, if you're fundraising or doing a startup, is you want to have 18 months of runway. You can generate zero revenue for 18 months and still be alive. And another from June or from May of 2013 last year to December, I was in mode. It took up all and kind of either and thankfully I have a very strong team that allows me to not focus too much on the business. They can do that while I focus on raising the capital for the business. So it's really kind of a personal question on how much do you need. How much do you want to give up? I don't want to give up an extra super when what they should be thinking about is not to keep an extra super larger, as large as possible, as capital allows you to grow up very large and very quickly, and ultimately you want a slice of that very, very big pie.
John, is there anyone
In terms of projections, and I'll constantly play with my numbers. I look at my historical data. I'm always trying to predict the future, and I'm trying to always get it down to the science, but I'm never 100% right. So I agree with Paul. Account for mistakes. You will likely pivot many times to get to the point where you need to get to. And what people work.
if any of you have questions, please approach the microphones.
It's quite easy to find find D and E talent. Where I should find in the Valley or in Singapore. Is there any way that source or cross-pollinate, maybe get some cross-pollinate the programmers over here to upgrade them from DK to HBC?
Can I?
Contribution with somebody.
There might be a lot of lonely Silicon Valley programmers that want
My advice to you on that. You could beat it all day long, and you're going to lose a lot of sleep on it, right? This is what you got to make your team believe in what you want your vision is. Really just build a strong culture in your team. Make sure you hire for attitude first and foremost. We got attitude way more than we thought was right out until that learning at a fast pace. And so, the right culture, you can break through that. And I believe that, you might not have the best talent, but you have the right, you have a small united army, you can do a lot with that.
Are there any more questions? If none, okay. We can probably have two more questions before we close this panel. Yes, please.
How do you guys think about number and also who you're?
I think one thing again is doing whatever it takes. So if it takes 10 in one, you're gonna do that. You can do it in one or two investors. You're gonna do that. So whatever it takes, and then what was the second part of the question? What types of investors? I think early on, again, you may not have a choice early on for what types of investors get money, right? But that's not your full-time job. Your job is to build a business. So early on, get that money from whoever you can get it from and focus on building your business. And once you have the traction, once you have the product, then you can be a little bit more intelligent about what types of investors. You want investors that are part of the telco because your product can leverage the telco network. You want an investor that can also become a founding customer or a pilot customer that could be very helpful to getting more traction. So you can be a little bit more strategic about what types of investors you get. I think a little bit, after you raise that first friends and family around.
For investors, like the way I recruit talent, right? So I have my criteria of what I'm looking for, and I usually generally follow people. Finding the right investor is guys who have domain expertise. I have four guys on the ground. One of the hardest things in the startup here in this country is breaking through on the business side of things. Not so much building the technology, but getting those deals through. That's the hardest thing. But the most important thing is you want to find investors who are bullish on your vision, right? Because you don't want to find investors where you're constantly having to sell them, right? So you want investors to really believe in what you believe.
If I can add to that, we also get our investors in a strategic way. Our investors, we're blessed enough to get investors to give advice once in a while. They're very interested with our vertical, which is real estate, to all investors. But you want
And
Be I didn't know. So, she cut it. That's a lie. I told you,
so to the girls out there, you know what to do. Okay, we're done.
Actually, to be honest, I probably don't have very much success getting the investors. It's all chat. I just close it.
I guess it's a very good partnership where I'm the hunter and he's the closer. So if you have that good dynamic, I bring the investors, so work. If you have a co-founder that you're independent with. And second, I encourage you to start something before funding. So we didn't only start because we got funds, but we bootstrap all the way. So start something, ASAP, and funding will go along the way.
Yeah, I think if you're actively trying to raise venture capital, it you have to one know the psychology of the investor. Investors have a big fear of missing out. They don't want to miss out on the next Google, the next Twitter, the next Facebook. So you have to figure out how you can incite that kind of fear in them, and you do it by getting their peers excited about you, getting their friends excited about you, getting their competitors excited about you. And then I think second, you have to also understand that it's ultimately a sales game. If anyone here has ever done sales, sales is a numbers game. If I only pitch to one person and that one person says no, does that mean that I'm a failure as a startup, as a failure as a pitcher? Probably not, right? So you have to massively increase the number of people that you pitch to. So not only can you perfect your pitch, but you can increase the chances of someone actually saying, yes, I'm interested, let's talk a little bit more. And in this room, there's a lot of people that would be candidates for that list, and definitely talk to Koichi. If you're thinking about raising money now or a year from now, you want this part.
Okay, so always be closing, be aggressive, but don't be annoying, and start something before you seek funding. So with that, thank you very much, and let's give a warm Geeks. Thank you for our panelists. Thank you.
Thanks, Dustin. Great job. All right. So, one thing that we know as startups is that, well, failure is inevitable. So up next, we have two actually very successful entrepreneurs. Yeah, Paul, you're not done yet. You're coming back. We have two very successful startups and entrepreneurs who are based here in the Philippines. That's Steven Jagger from Payroll Hero and Paul, who will continue telling us about Caliber. But right now, they're just going to have a very candid chat about something that I think is something we don't talk enough about in the startup scene, and that's failures and how we can learn from our failures. So, Steven, Paul, let's put our hands together for these guys.
Is there a moderator? You just failed, actually.
So, yeah, we're basically supposed to talk about failure. I asked Dina this morning what are we doing? What are Paul and I supposed to do? She said in the Philippines, people don't talk about failure enough, and they thought we would be okay to talk about failure, so we threw us up on the stage, and here we are. So, yeah, so far so good. So maybe a quick, you guys know a little about Paul. My name is Steve Jagger. I've got a company called Payroll Hero. Definitely failed a lot. I guess maybe the easiest way, for me at least, I've been entrepreneur since basically high school. I failed high school. For all the ones who know, I was given rowing as a PE mark so I could graduate grade 12. So the luxury of going to an all-boys private school, they did all the things for that. But I started a company in 2000 and it moved all the way along to 2014. This is my fourth company. We sold two, sort of shuttered one on Payroll Hero. So Payroll Hero is for the Southeast Asian market, time attendance scheduling, and payroll. So I don't know how you want to do this.
Yeah, so maybe I'll do just another brief intro. So yeah, I'm a entrepreneur like Steven, and I probably would not have gone down the startup entrepreneur path if I hadn't failed immediately after graduating from college. I was going down the track of becoming a consultant for Accenture in San Francisco, along with two of my best friends, Vincent and OJ. We all made it to the final rounds, interviews with the managing partner, just 2 weeks before we graduated from college. My two best friends get a job, well-paying job as a consultant at Accenture, and I fail. And I am about to graduate from UC Berkeley with no job. And all of my friends have offers. They're going to be investment bankers, they're going to be consultants, they're going to be accountants, and I was this loser with no job. And I did not want to graduate from school without an offer. And so I went back to our campus job board and I interviewed for this e-commerce company called Mercantila. And they didn't even give me a job offer. They gave me an internship that paid $500 a month. So I felt even worse. I couldn't even get a job. But that company ended up raising $22 million, ended up sending me to India. So if I had not failed at that job interview that morning at Accenture, I definitely would not be on that stage, on this stage right now. And you know, when I look back, I was definitely like just destroyed when I didn't get that job. But you know, you failure is just a part of life. It happens so often, and you can let it either eat you up, or you can let it kind of fire you up and motivate you to do greater things.
Kind of all over the place. But so the way I would anything I would add to that would be about, for me at least, like I'm a Canadian who's dyslexic, involved in a payroll company in Southeast Asia. Like it doesn't really make much sense at all. And I think a lot of it has to do with the way our businesses have moved and being relentless, as we were talking about the last panel, relentless in what we're trying to do, open to new things, and half the time failure is what brought us to the current business that we're in. And so it's definitely a very fine line of giving up on something to do something else, or having one thing lead you to the next thing. Like we came here to the Philippines in 2008 instead of a BPO, same as you actually. And we struggled with BPO with time attendance scheduling and payroll, and built our product, solve our own problem, and sort of we're not totally liking the BPO space, and sort of let that failure lead us into the software side of things, or back into the software side of things. So I think it's definitely a fine line around. I think failure is amazing. It's obviously what helps you move forward. The biggest learnings I've got in my life are all because I've done something wrong, or we made a bet and it didn't work out the way we wanted to. But I think overall, we've pushed ourselves forward into a good place. We're just kind of going like this, getting forward. Yeah.
I'll talk about it a bit. So in 2007, I started my BPO. We're in operation for 3 months. I have 10 employees. One day during lunch, 8 of them go to lunch and they never come back. My workforce is reduced 80%, right? And I finally thought we had a little bit of traction, a little bit of momentum, and it just gets squashed so quickly, right? And that happened more than once, right? And if I had given up then, you know, again, I wouldn't be on the stage. Another failure while running that BPO was you're not a true entrepreneur until you know the feeling of being close to missing your payroll, right? Raise your hand if you felt that way, like where you want to throw up because you don't know if you're going to be able to pay. You're the last person to get paid as an entrepreneur, right? You're the last person. It's your employees first, and the worst feeling in the world is not knowing if you can actually pay them, especially in the Philippines, where if I don't pay that person, someone may not eat, right? Someone may not be able to go to school. Like I can just live on my credit card, but most people here can't do that. So I vividly remember, like it was 2009, January 2009, being up at 2 in the morning, calling friends from all over the world, asking them if I could borrow $50,000 for 1 week because I was about to miss payroll. I was so desperate that I called my ex-girlfriend. And she said, yeah, but this is really weird. But I asked her for $10,000 and I told her I would pay you $11,000 a week. I was that desperate because I did not want to miss payroll for 150 employees. Because once you do that, then you lose the trust of your employees. They don't know, if this is a good place to work. There's so many downstream effects about potentially missing that. I had to go through that like a few times, and that's what really motivated me to raise money because I don't want to think about missing payroll. I want to think about how I can grow my payroll, grow my business.
On that topic, we did miss payroll once. It was hard. In 2005, we had our old real estate software company. We made a bet. The bet didn't work out the way we expected it to. We were going to be, I guess, we missed, there's no sort of buttering up, we missed the payroll, but we were going to be about 7 or 8 days late to actually make it work. And so we had to sit down with staff of about 30 people and say, here's the problem, here's how much money we have, here's how much money you guys are owed. We're short. And we basically said, what do you need? And so some guys would come up and be like, you owe me $2,000, I want $2,000, and be like, awesome, thanks for your help. And then some people would come up with like, I need $400 because I owe, half of my rent or whatever. We're like, awesome, $400, that's great. And so that's the way we basically make payroll that month. It's the only time it's ever happened to us. It was like definitely the worst thing to deal with because half the guys have kids, they're married, they've got mortgages, they've got rent to pay, car loans, food, like whatever. And they rely on us for they rely on the business for their wage, obviously. So it's definitely a very difficult thing to go through and a thing to do.
It's kind of like a baptism.
Yeah, it's an amazing experience. But yeah, so I definitely plan to not do that again. But I don't think it doesn't sort of, got us off taking risks. We still take calculated risks on growing the business, making bets on certain things, moving up to Southeast Asia, that kind of stuff. We still do it, but it's just a little bit more calculated around what we're doing.
Another one, last 5 minutes. Caliber, my first model was a failure. I had about 20 people, and the first model that we were testing was, can I get people to go online, learn skills, and can I help them get jobs, right? It failed because of the internet infrastructure in the Philippines, right? It's hard to stream videos, it's hard to do simulations that are, more than a couple megabytes in size. It was hard to try to get people to learn things online and they couldn't get online to use my product. Second, the unit economics didn't work out. We were spending a lot of money to acquire users, but because the skill gap in the Philippines is much larger than what you could try to teach online, many of the people were not getting jobs. So what happened? This is probably one of the most painful failures in my life. I fired 50% of my company last year, June 2013. Right? These are 10 people that started with me, started with Caliber. It took me a while to make that decision, but I ultimately pivoted the business and the company to be extremely focused on the technology. I had to fire all the people that didn't code or couldn't design. Right? And that was 10 people that believed in me. They quit their jobs for me. They quit it for Caliber, and I destroyed their lives by firing them. But ultimately, if I had not done that, I wouldn't be on the stage. I would not have raised money, and Caliber would have been dead. So, part of failure is having to make very, very tough and hard decisions about people that you care about, people that believe in you. I'm working super hard to not have to do that ever again.
Somebody asked in the last panel about hiring engineers in the Philippines. I don't remember what I was working at here about. So we struggle to hire engineers in the Philippines. Exactly what we were talking about, looking for ADs and finding the type engineers. It's obviously changing quickly as far as the sort of education system goes, and the quality of engineers coming out. But we were wanting to go fast, and so we struggled. We struggled to do it, and so we took a big sort of left turn on how we were doing things, and we set up an office in Whistler, Canada, and kind of changed our whole model around making it exciting to work for us. Set up the concept of adventure engineers, so you could come work for us. We pay you a reasonable wage, a little bit less than what you'd be worth if you were working for in the city or Silicon Valley or Vancouver or whatever. But we offered them flexible schedules, ski hill, downhill biking, and we offered them Southeast Asia, so we can rotate them through 2 months a year, and it's been the best thing we ever did. So the failure here, for me, just couldn't do it. We couldn't build a team. We pay well. 51,000 US a year, if anybody's amazing looking for a job. 51,000 US a year, we'll start an engineer at in the Philippines or wherever. And we could not build out a big enough team the way we wanted to. And so by making that move and doing Whistler and sort of accepting that it wasn't working out for us and taking a radical approach to it has totally worked out. The adventure engineering thing, Peter mentioned it in his Amazon thing at a conference a couple weeks ago. Like, it's got this bunch of attention now where we become different because of the struggle we had. It's actually worked out to be quite a benefit to us, where people know what we do, they reference the term adventure engineer, and it's actually worked out as a positive at the end of it.
I think we have to wrap up. So I think the message: fail hard, fail fast, but don't do it too often. It's kind of the message. I've been an entrepreneur now for 7 years. I've been an entrepreneur longer than I've actually had a real job, and I'm a little bit more battle hardened than I was when I started my first company. So like when failure happens, I'm very zen because I've experienced it before. I kind of know how to react. And when something exciting happens, I'm also very zen because I also know that with every kind of spike, there's going to be some sort of downfall, and you just have to kind of have a very zen mindset about being systematic and methodical about building the product and building the business, and not letting the failures or the successes get to your head.
I think the last thing I would say is that it's important to note that failure is lonely when you fail. It's easy to get depressed. It's easy to think you're a failure, you're an idiot. You're wasting your time. And as an entrepreneur, there's not a lot of places to go to be like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm super lost. That didn't work. I'm making the right decision. Should I have to go home? And so I think it's really important to find people like this in the room. And talk about it, because everybody's got problems, just some people don't talk about them much. But at the end of the day, everybody's got failures, everybody's screwed something up. So if you take it in stride and kind of think that everybody's also done it, it's easier to bounce back. And the other thing is, obviously, don't do it again. Keep making different mistakes, is probably a good idea. Anyways, yeah, thank you guys very much. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Stephen and Paul. I would say that was not a failure. That was very successful. Thanks for your honesty and candor. I think we can all relate to that, especially the payroll thing. That is just not a good feeling. So, Albert, you have an announcement?
Yeah, I have a quick announcement. So it's actually concluded right now, but I will only be able to make this announcement now because it's great. So at 3 o'clock, or let's say 2:45. We have an investor startup speed dating event. This is a closed event in an application process. And so if you are part of that, either you're a startup or you're an investor part of that, please go to the project room at the condo across the entrance. So it's like you go past the fountain looking thing where the roundabout is. Go into the project room there. We're waiting for you. We'll start at 3 o'clock. So please be there by 2:45. Once again, this is a closed event. It was an application process. If you're an investor or a startup that applied and got into it, please go there in like 10 minutes. Thank you very much, guys. Have fun.
All right. So we're moving on. How are you guys doing? Are you awake? Tell me to do more exercise with me. Yeah, I think so. All right. We're moving on to an awesome talk. This is Philippine Startups and the Road Ahead, Uncut. And to kick it off, it gives just an overview of the history of the Philippines and Philippine startups, and what looks ahead is none other than Oliver Segovia from Alpha, it's alpha.ph. So Oliver, take it away. Let's put our hands together for Oliver.
Thanks, Dave. Hi guys, my name is Oliver and I'm an entrepreneur based out of Manila. It gives me a lot of comfort to be able to say that because I just realized exactly 10 years ago, after graduating from college, I took a job in a company that's possibly the antithesis of entrepreneurship. This is a Procter & Gamble, big MNC. I spent a year traveling around Southeast Asia selling feminine care. So that makes for pretty good evening conversation. I want to kick off the panel, which is going to be about Filipino founders, Philippines Uncut, a good look into the Philippine entrepreneurial state right now. I want to kick it off with a quick story. And this was an interview a couple of weeks ago. It was a reporter from a prominent magazine about entrepreneurship. That probably spills which magazine it is. But we were talking about startups, and she was asking questions on, there's so many hackathons and startup weekends, all these events, angel hacks, and all of that. And there's so many people doing stuff, and it seems like we're not building the next Facebook or the next Google here. And so, how do you fix that? And that question really boggled me at a very profound level, because she had the proposition. She had a presupposition to that question. Every question has a presupposition, right? There's always a hidden premise to every question. And her premise to that question was, all of these things that we're doing, like Geeks on the Beach today and all the hackathons and startup weekends, because they weren't producing the next Facebook, they were failures. Right? And so she was asking me, how do you fix that? And that was just mind-boggling because obviously we're in a bubble, all entrepreneurs talk to each other, but for the rest of the world, there's that crazy expectation that we should be doing a lot more. And I realized that she was looking at the world in a very, very different way from the way we look at the world. And for her, she was thinking about a number, something like here on the left, right? So she's probably thinking, maybe 10 companies will start a food franchise, a gas station, or a restaurant. Maybe seven out of those 10 will succeed. Right? And then I realized when you think about startups, it's you gotta be looking at the denominator. You can't be looking at the numerator. You gotta be looking at starting 1,000 companies out there. Maybe only 5% will succeed, but those 5% that succeed would have created so much jobs. So much value, both for investors and for society, that it really makes a tremendous impact. So I guess the question on my mind should be how do we get to that 1,000? How do we fix the denominator problem? How do we get the people interested in entrepreneurship? My partner teaches at MIT. She runs a high school accelerator where you get together the top 40 students from the US. You put them together in a program. It's totally educational, and after that, there's a demo day. And so she's doing research right now on how can we, catalyze the educational system in the Philippines for it to be more friendly to entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship in general. And she did a survey, and one of the questions was, if you considered being an entrepreneur, why haven't you started yet? The first reason was, of course, as expected, everyone's. The number one reason was, I'm afraid to fail. Right? So, that makes sense. The second reason was something that, frankly, surprised us both. Because the second reason, the number two reason was the statement, I'm not getting into entrepreneurship because I'm not sure I have what it takes to become an entrepreneur. Right? So these are students from UP, Ateneo, LaSalle, mostly in college. And they were self-selecting themselves out because they weren't even trying in the first place, right? We're not even at a stage where there's a lot of people trying and a lot of people failing. No. We're still back here to the denominator problem. So how do we fix that? And I thought about it, and the initial thing that people will always say is that the Philippines doesn't have an entrepreneurial culture. And so I thought, maybe let's take a look back and see whether that really is true or not. As entrepreneurs, we're always used to looking at the future. We're used to moving forward. Maybe it's time to take a look into the past. So here's a brief 5-minute history of Philippine entrepreneurship. But just a quick background about myself. So I spent a couple of years in Singapore, Thailand, in Boston. I consider those to be 3 cities I really love. I worked in a big company for a while. Started my first company back in 2011, which was a budget hotel with my brother and my dad. Sold my first book to Harvard Business Review, for whom I still a lot these days. And now I'm currently running an e-commerce platform. So the way of defining entrepreneurship is through the lens of this of opportunity without regard to resources currently controlled. And if you look at our history, as a country, we started out as an island frontier, different sultanates in Manila, Cebu, and in Sulu. These were independent states, and we were traders. Right? We were trading with Japan, China, Thailand, and India way back then. We were engineers from the start. For the non-Filipinos in the room, I'm sure you've seen images of the Banawe rice there. It says, who in their right minds will farm rice on buildings? And to do that was truly a technological marvel for the time, because we're basically engineering a whole mountain and a whole irrigation system behind that. We've had empowered women ever since, right? The religious order back in pre-colonial times were run by women. It was a very matriarchal society. And of course, we don't take from anyone, right? The first wave of Spanish invasion came when Magellan tried to conquer and colonize the Philippines right here in the beaches of Mactan, and that's where also that's where he obviously met this end. It was a very interesting story of asymmetrical warfare because the Spanish came in with heavy armors, shallow beach, but Lapu-Lapu and his men, they rode up. They obviously did something that not a lot of people were able to do. And of course, we had a love affair with Christianity over the next few centuries. The oligarchy was born during this time, where the encomienda system was created here, where the Spanish gave huge tracts of land, right, to all of their noblemen, to their preferred subjects, and that really created an economic structure that we see up to today in this point, where large tracts of the economy are controlled by feudal warlords out there. Right? But throughout that time, we persisted. There's a lot of entrepreneurial stuff going on. The University of Santo Tomas was probably the first university in Asia, was founded 25 years before Harvard. Not a lot of people know that. And we really were a center of learning during those times. The galleon trade, again, another example of the entrepreneurial culture here back in pre-colonial Philippines. Linked Mexico in Manila, and this was really a center of trade. We had intellectual founders who thought of the country as one nation versus just a collection of provinces, and we had our first pitch deck, right, back then. The Noli Me Tangere was essentially a pitch for a Filipino nation, and we told that story in typical Filipino fashion, which is through drama and tension and suspense. A young man trying to save the love of his life from a masturbating priest. The Katipunan was the first startup, I'd say, to go to scale. To define a startup as something that grows fast into scale, Andres Bonifacio founded it, I think, in 1892, 94. 4 or 6 years later, we had the first Declaration of Independence, our first exit, right? 4 to 6 years, that's pretty fast during those days, right? And of course, we had our ups and downs. Manila was, I think, the most devastated city in Asia during World War II. This is a real photo after the Battle of Manila. But we're survivors. We pulled a massive pivot. And back in the 50s and the 60s, Manila and Makati looked like this. Well, Singapore looked like this back then. But of course, every now and then, as with any startup, there's a lot of drama. We tend to screw each other. And we're actually celebrating today the death anniversary of Ninoy, over here. But we got back up and crowdsourced a revolution during this back then. And towards the 90s and 2000s, we built that modern economy that we see today. And we've been part of the global tech space from behind the scenes. Anyone here read Jeff Bezos' book, Everything Stored? So there's actually a short story there how they were talking about in the early days of Amazon when they were still putting all the content, all the books on the site. They would upload all the books during the day, and during that night, when people from the Philippines write in the product descriptions, write some reviews. So we played key role back then. So I guess the point is the lack of entrepreneurial culture in the Philippines, because Filipino culture is really full of all of these startup stories, and the Filipino psyche, by virtue of our history, really is naturally predisposed to entrepreneurship. But it's still an uphill battle for us today. This is a quick chart on our President's State of the Nation address. And every year for the past 5 addresses, on average, he mentions jobs, I think, 12 times per speech. But can you guess how many times he mentions entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs? 0 times. He's mentioned technology, I think, just once or twice. And he's mentioned science 0 times as well. So, we're still living in that mindset where it's still an uphill battle, but I think there are bright spots. So this is a quick example of Senator Bam Aquino's startup bill. So I think it should be pretty interesting. It'll be great to see how that turns out in the next couple of months as it pushes its way through the Senate and Congress. And we're seeing a culture being built from the ground up here, as what we're doing today. And the world is taking notice. So 2 months ago, we were very lucky to host Secretary Penny Pritzker, and she's the United States Secretary of Commerce, and she held a roundtable discussion with local entrepreneurs here, just trying to figure out ways wherein the U.S. government can cooperate with entrepreneurs here on the ground. And I don't think we've ever been visited by our own DTI Secretary here, but we're seeing that engagement. So the world really is taking notice. And right here, that's 20% of Philippine Stock Exchange market cap in one room. So these are all the top CEOs and executives of the Ayala Corporation, from Globe, DPI, Ayala, and so on and so forth, learning about startups. And of course, lastly, we have our hubs going around the world. So it's a pretty interesting time. It's a pretty interesting ecosystem. The next time somebody talks about entrepreneurship, I hope you take a bit of this with you and really understand, and especially for those who are new to the Philippines here, thank you. I think you're in the right time and the right place, in the right part of our history. And it'd be great to hear from the rest of the panel on how can we accelerate that denominator, get to that 1,000. Thank you. Awesome.
Great, so we're going to transition to the panel. Unfortunately, Jack Madrid is still not landed, but I just got word that Dave Ventura is on his way here, so that's exciting. We're going to move into our panel section, and I would like to invite up Stephen Jagger, our hero friend, Wesley Chong Bien, founder of Hong, Carlo from Oxford, and Aurora Soriano from Pinoy Travel, who is actually pictured in that picture of the Secretary of Commerce. Whoa, it's exciting. Failure. So, Oliver, that was really great. Thank you for that history lesson and kind of a perspective on Philippine startup scene. So, what has excited you the most in the last 6 months that you've seen happening in the Manila area? Like, I think Cebu is one of the hubs. Manila's a hub. I think we have a couple others now. Things are going on there. What are you seeing that's exciting you in the last 6 months in Manila?
I think it's just the flow of people into the startup ecosystem from two sources. One, there's a lot more people from overseas discovering the Philippines, seeing how awesome it is here. And that's great. I really hope at one point we'll have a Chile visa for startups here to make it easier for people around the world to start companies. Number two is the flow for people from on the ground, students getting to all of these events, joining the hackathons, joining the club. And I think if we can get those two worlds collaborating together, the outcomes, and I'm talking 20, 30-year horizons here, will be fantastic.
Aurora, will you first just introduce yourself and what you do? Tell us about your startup.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I'm Al Soriano from Pinoy Travel. Pinoy Travel, we do online booking for provincial buses. Unlike other countries, so if you want to travel long distance, you go online, you book your bus, and then you go to your bus station maybe 30 minutes before the trip. In the Philippines, then in a bus. So it's been going on like that for so many years. Especially to in the Philippines. So a lot of people in like 5 hours, 6 hours. So we want that. So
That's great.
um, on the bus companies. Unfortunately, so they're not very technology savvy. So we have to explain everything. For them, high tech is Wi-Fi. So they say, oh, we're so that's the biggest challenge. But in terms of users, so people are actually very excited.
That's good to hear. Wesley, tell us a little bit about MyNemo.
Yeah, hi, I'm Wesley from MyNemo.com. It's basically a job website that started here in Cebu. We launched it in 2007, and we recently expanded in other markets in the size in the area. So yeah, sorry.
So just building on the challenges, what's the biggest challenge you see in the startup ecosystem, especially in Cebu?
Yeah, when we started before, we developed the business plan in 2006 and started developing the site. In 2007, we launched it. Back then, there was none of this. No Geeks on the beach, no Tina up there around to bring everyone, the local community around. No Kickstart, no idea space. So basically, we had to bootstrap it really hard at the beginning. So that was really our challenge. We had limited funds, so we had to be creative with our hiring process and also where we work from. So basically, we work from the back of my parents had an extra room. We made it to our office. So you can imagine how employees feel when they're interviewed and they see where they're actually working from or at, and then we offer them free lunch instead to compensate them for.
That's good. That's good. All right. Well, Stephen, we've heard a lot from you, but what would you say right now, if you look at the ecosystem, where are we? What's the biggest challenge that we face in the ecosystem of startups?
Startups, I think, probably still money. Like Kickstarter and IDSpace are great start. But it'd be great to see like the banks building a Kickstarter and other big businesses building a Kickstarter, throw $1 million up there. start cutting $25,000, $50,000 checks, or ideally larger. But I mean, it's happening. But I don't think it's a problem that can be fixed overnight. Somebody's got to, we've all got to succeed. Somebody's got to succeed. It's just got to happen. Where people think like, oh shit, I should have put money into this startup plan.
Yeah. Like Jojo had his list of regrets earlier. You need a few of those here.
Yeah, I think it's helpful. And there's lots of, if you're saying there's lots of businesses that are coming here, right? The Philippines has been the back end of tech for a long time. Like tax here, got 1,000 employees in the UK, and all they're doing is automating stuff, but they're not typing, right? But it's a huge business, and like, they're running things for Uber, File, big companies.
Yeah, that's a great point. So, even your own story, you kind of came here in the BPO sector. Do you see maybe the BPO as a launching ground in any way for startups, or are the business models too different, too diverse?
Like the way I see the BPO industry kind of drives a lot that goes on here, building that middle class buy stuff, go to restaurants, and that's where the big brands are coming in and setting up restaurants here. The BPO sector is growing, and the pieces of the puzzle are all, I think, coming together. It takes some time.
Definitely. That's great. Now, going back to the other side of local businesses and their role in this, I think Wesley, you're from maybe say a more traditional business background, and then you mentioned the family businesses. So Wesley, what do you see that role being in the future as we go forward? How do we engage with kind of the traditional business side and not have this, say, rift or difference between traditional business and startups?
Well, it's really showing them what the benefits are. Our pitch to them was actually pretty straightforward. We're more effective in traditional media, and we're a fraction of the cost. But still, at that point, they're still scared to shift, even if it was like, cost maybe 20% or 10% than what they were used to spending in terms of posting their job vacancies. But eventually, they did catch on, and we're really thankful. I guess it's a blessing in disguise that we're based in the small market in Cebu, because we really got to engage each and every client that we had. So we got to build a relationship with each one of them. And then, everything just followed. They continue to support us. And now, last year, we had a traffic of about 3 million job applicants, and we're catering to almost 10,000 corporate clients already. So, things are, we're thankful for the local community for that.
Good. Now, you mentioned, Oliver, the kind of government perspective and entrepreneurship not being a priority. I think it was actually at Geeks on Plane that David mentioned, if you're waiting for government, you're going to be waiting a long time. So how do we kind of take that back to a grassroots level? How do we get entrepreneurship just in the general population's mind? Do you have any ideas on that or building that?
So I think it's a very tough question. There's many ways you can think about it. But I think once a lot of people get interested in it, whether they're doing it as part of their course in UP, or they're doing Angel Hack, or they're going to Geeks on the Beach, the government sees that as a critical mass. And they'll catch the attention of our younger senators like Back, or Sonny and Gara, who's proposing lower taxes. And once they see that there's a groundswell of support for entrepreneurship, and technology startups in particular, I think it'll be easier to get their ear. The reason why I think it's super important to have the government as part of the ecosystem is, if you look at the Asian miracle, if you look at how Japan progressed in the 60s, or how Singapore made the leap, or how Korea moved from textiles to shipbuilding, the constant factor there was the government was absolutely involved. Either as a regulator or as a promoter of the market, or just making sure the rule of law is being followed, and that courts are adjudicating business contracts and all that. And if history is a judge, there's no way for our country to make that big leap forward if the government doesn't play an active role. And so that was the perspective was taken on it.
Certainly. What do you see happening? I would say you're serving the mass market or the general market with your startup. What do you see happening there? How are they getting involved? How do we help entrepreneurship, really make a difference in the day-to-day lives of Filipinos?
If you look at the mass market, there's a lot of problems to be solved. So, but they're very difficult. Yeah, I agree about involving the government. Especially in our case, we are working in a heavily regulated industry, which is public transportation. And these are the buses. So these are the transportation that the must take. So they don't come to me. So I had to make an effort to go to them and actually explain, hey sir, this is what I'm doing. And they say, oh, that's nice. and that's all I can get from them. So I don't, when I do I can get more, but I don't really get a lot of support. But one thing we've seen working in the mass market is that there's a lot of opportunities there. I really just hope most entrepreneurs would actually look at that market and solve some problems. There's jobs, so I'm really happy to do something related to jobs. There's healthcare and education. So there's a lot of opportunities there. It may look, I don't know, but in terms of revenues, in terms of commercial opportunities, there's actually a lot there.
Now, can I ask a technical question? Because I think one of the challenges with serving the mass market here is monetization. Like how do you monetize that? And what strategies have you seen work for startups? And Wesley, I think your business model is more, say, like a B2B. However, when you're looking at something, would you classify yourself as B2B or B2C?
For both.
Okay, and how do you monetize the B2C model?
What we actually do is we charge on top of the fare. So one thing about the travel industry, the transportation industry is it's very regulated. We cannot take revenues from that, so we just add on. So which to a certain extent actually is gray area. That's why I had to go to government and say, hey, I'm doing this, is it illegal? They said, oh, we don't know. But one thing we've learned is that people are willing to pay for convenience.
That's good.
As long as it's not, of course, 500 pesos, we only charge 35 pesos for that convenience. Because even a mass or even a smaller person, these people are more conscious about their time because they need to work longer. So they work harder than most of us actually do. So they want to have that convenience. So we're selling convenience. And we tell them because you will actually be more productive if you spend more time working than waiting in the bus terminal.
Sure. That's great. That's actually very good. If we shift gears a little bit, I think we have something like 5 minutes left. So I'll open it up for some audience questions shortly. But if we just shift gears, Stephen, I kind of asked you this already. Money is something that we need. We need more financing for startups. What else would each of you say the community or the ecosystem here needs to really develop? We look at Silicon Valley and everyone talks about let's copy what they did. And I don't know if that strategy will work. I personally don't think so. However, what are those kind of ingredients that we do need to have to catalyze something in an ecosystem here? So money's off the table. What else?
Well, like the whole theory of copying companies and bringing stuff from the West to here, I don't necessarily think it's the right way to go. The Philippines has unique problems, and maybe it's not unique to the Philippines, but maybe it's different in the Western world. Like developing markets have unique problems, but each developing market has unique problems. And so we work to understand those problems, like telling a Western programmer that the Philippines has slow internet. Like, okay, yeah, slow internet. We can make a version of the system. Slow internet means it's off for 45 minutes. It's slow internet, and so it's getting really a closer understanding of the problem that you're trying to solve. Like what you just said, interesting that the guy who lives in the squatter village would actually pay for the convenience. You're right, that's longer than most people, but I would never even thought of that. It's like, guys, no money. There's no way to get It's once you figure out you're really close to the problem, you can see like, okay, and that's why here the opportunity is amazing. There's so many things that need to be dealt with in a way that's unique to emerging markets, the Philippines, Indonesia, whatever.
Just keep up.
So,
The question is, what do we need?
what do we need? What else do we need in the ecosystem to really see this succeed?
You know, I mentioned earlier that when we started, we didn't have all of this. So for me, what we need is actually, we have it already here in Cebu or here in the Philippines. I think we just need more entrepreneurs to, take the plunge to build a community. Because all the tools are out there, and I think we can just build on each other and then just make our teams better. Because more entrepreneurs means like more employees who are experienced working with startups. So if that startup doesn't succeed, then they can move to another startup and help out the companies grow.
It's great.
Community service actually help a lot. We entrepreneurs, we should learn from each other. Well, Paul is no longer here, but I also consult Paul in terms of investments. I consult with Idea Space, of course. Even with Kickstart, I have some friends with Kickstart. So this really helps because I'm very familiar with the mass market, but I'm not familiar with investments. I'm not very familiar with technology and with the other aspects. Payment gateway, I would also consult people with payment gateways. How do I charge people? How do I collect money? So, and you learn it from here. And you learn it from actual, in actual situations. So that really.
That's great. Oliver.
So I think it's a personal self-developmental challenge and a pedagogical challenge for kids between 18 to 25. So for example, in the same survey that I cited, we had an open-ended question, and there was a student from UP who said that open-endedly verbatim, I'm an electrical engineering student from UP, but I feel like I'm not being given the chance to become an entrepreneur. So just imagine if there was a way, for instance, where every first-year student in the university takes a required class on, building a startup or running an entrepreneurial, organization, or is encouraged to join their club or Angel Lab. And we do what? We graduate like 200,000 or so students each year. And imagine only 1% of those end up starting a company. That's 2,000 new companies per year. And some of them might succeed, some of them will fail, but so what? But we will create a whole mass of people who know how to do lean startups, how to do customer acquisition, how to network, and really build skills that they want in a big company. So for me, I think that's a simple solution.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Stephen just said that will bring more money. So I agree. Unfortunately, I've been informed that we're out of time, so I'm not able to let you guys ask questions. However, I have good news. We now have a 10-minute coffee break. So if you have questions, yes, Joe, do you have a question? We can continue on our break if you guys are okay with that. If you want coffee, if you want a network, you know what to do. It's out that door. Find a mic.
Alright, I just need to say this because this is very interesting. One's not around here anymore, but the DOST ICTO office just launched Philippine Challenge, Philippine Challenge, Startup Challenge, Philippine Startup Challenge. Now, Joey and his team, walking there, that gentleman over there, has been going around the country teaching university professors on lean startup. Okay, and they've been doing that this past year or the past, and the result of which is to launch this Philippine Startup Challenge. And what is the Philippine Startup Challenge? This is to encourage these universities that went through this program, okay, to give startup ideas. Okay, the main goal of DOST ICTO office is to create 50 startups from this program, 50 startups that will generate $10 million of revenue. That's their goal by 2016. Now, this UP student that you mentioned, tell him to go to see Dr. Louis Season in UP. Dr. Louis Season, for the second term now, is running an MIT-based technopreneurship program in school in the UP. I attended 2 of their demo days already. Okay, the set, and the ideas are really brilliant and nice and investable. Okay, it's starting. So I really just needed to say this because you may have friends at the university level. Have you heard about this? You will pitch, you will join the challenge, etc., etc. And this is why we need these conferences, and because we need to share this information to the entire community. Sorry.
No apology needed, Jojo. That's a very good point. And I would just say, in closing, one of the goals of this conference and our objective is to really connect. There are so many programs and so many individuals doing things around the country. The goal of this is how can we collaborate and build something even bigger than just one person doing one thing as a group. So, with that, I have one quick announcement, and then I will actually let you go get some coffee. But we're going to keep it short because right after this we have another panel followed by the AMA with the influencer. So let's you announce something. Before we announce, let's give these guys a round of applause. Okay, so how many of you guys know that we did have a breakout session going simultaneously this morning? Yeah, no. Me either. And I'm the host. Okay, so there was really an excellent session this morning by this gentleman, and we got such great feedback that we decided we want to do it again tomorrow. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about what it is, and then I'm just going to tell you that it is at 8:30 in the morning. Totally worth it. Okay.
Thank you. Hey guys, I'm Mike Prasad. I'm Shlad. And I gave a panel, a workshop earlier today called Curating Serendipity. And what that is how do you use digital media and marketing strategy to create a gravity and a natural growth and momentum around your startup or your brand or project. And the idea behind this is that if you engineer it right from the beginning, you can actually create this momentum that exists and scales outside of your own efforts while you focus on the business and the product and all the fundamentals that you know really, really well. And given the environment and the ecosystem in the Philippines, I feel like this is something where there's a lot of amazing talent that know their product, but are having trouble getting it to market. So I'll give you a really interesting workshop called Creating Serendipity. It'll be at 8:30 in the morning, which is early, I know, but I'm buying breakfast, so if everyone wants to show up, that's on me. And it'll be in the breakout room, which is if you walk out of the lobby of the hotel, right across the building, across the driveway. It's in the first room, and there's limited seats, I believe 25 or so. So if you want to get there, we'll do a workshop, and a one-on-one. And to give some background on that, the example I'll use is my work with Cody Barbecue, which was the first Twittering food truck that used social media out of Los Angeles, which is a Korean barbecue taco. And it started a food truck social media fusion movement around the world. And so hopefully I'll see you guys there, and please do come, and I'll see you.
Thank you. I definitely encourage you guys to do that. I'm still waiting for Sisig Tacos to make it back to the Philippines. They have them in San Francisco. I'm very jealous. But I'm going to give you guys a quick break. Alright? Get some coffee, get some refreshment, stand up, stretch those legs out. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about technology stacks in the Philippines. And then we're going to have the AMA with David Tour. Thank you guys.
Opo, kami na lang. Before tayo sa ikaw. Dito ka na lang. I-charge ko man lang. Dito ka lang muna para... Ngayon ka na lang.
Okay.
Alright, let's get this started. My voice is almost gone. And do it cheap. Alright, go get your friends, your colleagues, your co-founders, your future investors, your future business partners that are still out in the hallway. Tell them to come on in because we're going to talk about technology.
Actually, I'm from Bigfoot before. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I was there the first match. Casey Andrews, Matt. Yeah. I was vice president of operations. I built the plate here, the sound stages. Yeah. I don't know. I did not renew the contract as a sound stage network anymore. I built the theater in Singapore, and I came back here. A branch of an Asian company. So we do have testing services and more of the help projects. So what kind of Scrum or Agile? Yeah, it actually depends on. Yeah. That's a challenge. Actually, you know, is can be done. Yeah, actually, same thing when we set up Bitcoin, right? So they brought in all the Hollywood people, and then the locals cannot get them far. Yeah, I was going to use that. The better one.
Alright guys, we're going to kick off our next session panel. It's panel D, Technology Stack for Startups. And there's still a lot of people out in the foyer, but I'm sure they're going to make their way back in. Because I'm very excited about this one. This is my own personal history, so earlier when Peter was asking who's a developer, I raised my hand, I'm a developer. And we're going to talk today just about the stack in the Philippines. Obviously, this is something that is constantly changing for those of you who are developers out there. You know, there's a new flavor of Cloud.js every week, whether it's Angular, Node, or Ember. We can't keep track anymore, but we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about ways to succeed with technology stacks in the Philippines. So, without further ado, I would like to call up our panel. Jason Torres, co-founder and CTO of Cloud. Let's give him a round of applause. All right. Next is none other than Joey Rodrigo from Rodrigo Software. Give him a round of applause, everyone. Well, in addition to that, he also has an amazing role with PSIA and what they're doing with C.PH. So it's great. They're very supportive of startups. Come on up. Next up, Rafael Yusufi, the CTO of Alpha. Next, we have Tim Joseph DeMold, the Chief Software Engineer at Calvin. Jason, get up here. You were already announced. And last but certainly not least, a friend and colleague of mine from Tech Talks is Mark Consejo. He's the co-founder and CEO of CareSharing. All right. Let's see, guys. All right. We were going to have a presentation, but then we realized that we're only familiar with GitHub repos. We're not really good with PowerPoint or Keynote. So we skip that, right? So today, I want to just have a candid conversation with you guys and talk about technology. So I want to let each of you give a little bit of an intro to yourself, what kind of technology stack you're most comfortable with, that you work with day in and day out. And yeah, let's just start there. I'll kick it off with you.
The tech stack.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm Jason, CEO of Pampa, and a couple of startups, and I specialize on reviewing grids.
Yeah, nice. All right.
So I'm Tim, Chief Software Engineer at Fabric, and our stack is mostly Python-based. Our backend is Imperial.
Hi, I'm Rafi Cebuano, like most of you here. I'm a full stack developer of PHP, but I really like going vanilla.
It's nice.
I'm Jay Grango. I'm probably the youngest member of this group.
Really?
Yeah. Last time I coded in COBOL and Pascal.
Awesome.
When I was 16, I taught myself WordPress.
Wow.
In our development team, we're 100% Microsoft shop, so we do development in Visual Studio, C# primarily, and our entity framework that we use is XRM, and XRM.
Yeah.
So that's our stack.
Nice. Mark.
My name is Mark, co-founder for Care Charity. So Care Charity is also a technology company. We used to call ourselves a healthcare IT company. So technology is basically it's our core. I would say our stack involves mostly Linux and Ruby, but that's what I also did mention earlier that it's constantly changing. So it's a bit there. I would say we only do Ruby. We actually do a bit of Java now, even if it's 15 years old already. We also do JavaScript with Node.js, and also looking at all the new kinds of database technologies, Sungraph, Ruby, and then also ODB, and then also
Okay, interesting. Now, and just to set the tone, my approach, and I would say probably most of these gentlemen, we could spend all day bashing one another's language or choice of technology stack and have a big pissing match of, what's better. We're not going to do that today, okay? That's for, I don't know, geeks in the ring or something. We'll throw blows. But what we are going to do today is just talk a bit about our independent stacks. And it's not to say that one is better than the other. I think a lot of it has to do with where you feel the most competent and where you feel that you can build something that will succeed. So, speaking on that, where do you see education contributing to technology in the Philippines? Like, how are we doing if you gave us a grade in the country? How are we doing with producing the type of talent that you guys want on your teams? Feel free to jump in. Not everyone at once.
Maybe I'll start. I think I would say the theory is still there, so I think that's good. So most of the education is still teaching the kids computer science, so for us that's a very good starting point. But to expect, for example, a fresh grad, new graduates, for example, to be able to contribute to the rest of the team, the level our expectations, it's a bit of it's a long journey. So I would say education has its place there. So for each company, for example, in our strategy, we really have to sort of train these fresh graduates to something that could really contribute to the staff we are working with. And yeah, I think that's my perspective there.
That's good. Other comments?
I think I would say the typical ComSci, BSIT software developer graduate is about 6 months away when they get out of school from being fully productive. So there's always what we call the near hire syndrome. If you're not willing to provide some training, anywhere from a month to 6 months of training when they first join your shop, then you're not going to like the output.
Right. Okay. It's good. So in terms of that, how have you guys structured your companies or your technology development? And maybe we'll look at you two specifically because you're really the startups here. How have you structured your development cycle, factoring in that you might need to spend, like Joey said, 6 months training these new hires? How have you guys worked with that, Tim and Rafi?
So here at Apple, we are built using PHP MySQL. And the reason really that we decided to use PHP as the language was because we looked at the community where we're going to build. And at that time, we didn't want to train as much people as other, if we move to a different stack. And so what we found is there were already significant, pretty good PHP developers out there, probably from their own schools or through their own self-taught, and then only a little push to make them be good enough already for production use. So I would really suggest if you're a startup, especially if you have an established CPO already, if you're gonna build a team that is familiar with the community, especially if you're really out there, because your community will also help you provide the skill set. So if you're in, like, for example, right now, if you're in Java or maybe Python is good for you because we have a great, strong team around that area. To build it around your area. Don't go with what's popular in Silicon Valley. Yeah. Unless you want to be employed by Silicon Valley.
That's a good point. Tim, what about you?
Well, for us, we consciously chose to use whatever technology we felt was fit, regardless of popularity within the local community. We use Elasticsearch, we use Experiment, we use Celery, we use Stock.js. Because when we try to hire developers, we try to make sure that we don't want to hire PHP developers, Python developers, or Ruby developers. We want to hire developers who can do anything and can adapt to any stack.
That's a good insight. That's a very good insight. And I would agree. My starting spiel was kind of on how technology has changed so often, and sometimes you get into the Ruby on Rails car, and then you're stuck in that car. And really, what we have to train our developers who are adaptable to the environments and technologies that keep coming up. So, in terms of that, Jason, you're involved kind of on the Ruby on Rails side and the open source side. How do you see open source helping technology in the Philippines?
Apart from the cost, I guess.
Apart from the cost,
I guess.
It's free.
It's free, especially for startups. So it's cost to enter, really low. There's actually a lot of resources and trainings happening with open source. Not training, formal training, but more in the it depends as well on the technology, of course. Okay, so it's relative to the technology, the volume of developers working with it. So the popular the technology is, open source technology is, the more blog posts, the more Slack overflow, the more GitHub repositories you can see and learn from. So that actually drives, the learning, I guess. And that's what we use as well for training. I mean, we have them look at open source work on something based on this technology.
That's good. What other, from the other side of the spectrum, Joey, in the Microsoft kind of world, if you will, what would you say works for you guys, and how has that succeeded in terms of finding new talent, qualifying, like if you go to C# and the technologies in the Microsoft stack?
Yeah, actually, that's one of the reasons why we stuck to that platform. Let's face it, it's pretty ridiculous. Almost every school has some kind of a Microsoft development language as part of the course. There's a huge community of Microsoft certified people who we can hire off the street. But even more important, in our strategy, it's not so much the fact that we use the students C#, but in terms of employees, we get them while they're young. This is something which I would probably recommend highly to startups, because all the startups I'm involved with, we use this technique. And that is, there's this program in the universities. All university students are required to go to an internship. I think the shortest that we're required is maybe 2 to 3 months, but some schools actually allow up to 6 months. Those internships are great sources for talent, and you have a chance to use that time to bring them in as interns to evaluate whether they're really going to work out with you before you hire them. At any given point, 10% of the people in my established company, not the startups, are interns, and that's when we get all of our future employees. Now, the thing about the Microsoft stack is that there is tons of education materials, both online and provided by Microsoft, most of them which are free of charge. So we don't actually have a formal training program. What we have is a training plan, which we hand over to our interns and to our employees, and they follow that. And it's very well curated materials. It's not like, homemade stuff. This is pretty professional training materials. Because in terms of personnel, we never really had any problems getting staffing for development projects because of that.
That's good. That's good. And it kind of segues more of a personal question, but where do you guys go to learn? Like, where do you go? What resources do you look to people in your community? I'll ask you first.
When I try to learn the language or technology, I usually just go to the official docs, go to the tutorial and then dive in, use it.
Rafi?
Well, first, even before attempting to learn a new language, it's really about picking a language first, right? So first, I would, number one is Google what's trending if you're really looking for try to find out what technology is best for your problem. And it's not necessarily what's popular, find out what problem you're trying to solve and what technology is really best for that. So that's where you really start. And then, of course, afterwards, you go with the official docs. That's great. And then I try to find hands-on exercises. Because a lot of the docs, a lot of the documentations are a lot plenty, but there's only few actual hands-on exercise. And I found, especially since I run a user group called AWS User Group Philippines, that when you give them the hands-on exercises, that's when they're really happy about this. It's the first time you're trying to deploy a server. So theory-wise, yes, the documentation explains it, but try to find hands-on exercises.
That's good. Mark, what about you? And especially for your team.
I think you can find it mostly online. If you go to Google, for example.
It's just Google you keep talking about.
You just type any error message, any kind of terminology or online.
I've never done that.
But there's actually another way to learn, and that is to go to GitHub. So I think every programmer should have a GitHub account. It's an overflow account. So
what's that?
It's another new Google. It's a new technology Google. So it's good because you can see the source code. So one way to really learn new technology is to read a lot of code. So really something that not a lot of programmers are pick up, when they just graduate after college. So to be able to write really good code, you have to develop the skills to read a lot of code. So if you're on GitHub, you can read a lot of those codes, and then you just copy it or something. That's a good way to learn.
Actually, you're right. It's basically GitHub. GitHub is a pretty good way to display all your repositories. But also includes, open source communities sort of like created their own heroes. So you just follow your heroes to see what they're using. And you get boosted notifications just like Facebook. So we kind of have our own Facebook, which is called GitHub.
Just don't
For us. Another source, I guess, is Hacker News. It's the most important resource for us. Get to learn a lot of things from new things from Reddit.
Yeah. That's good.
I think it's the hacker way to learn things. Hacker News.
For those of you who aren't familiar, we don't mean like hacking websites. We mean the methodology of hacking. That's what we are referring to. So it's really good. There are so many resources out there. What technology do you find really interesting right now? What are you guys passionate about? What do you see like changing the way you're doing business? Like, what's going on right now? You know, tough question. I know there's so much, but if you could pick one thing that you're just really excited about, what would it be? I picked on this side. Joey, I'll start with you because you've been around technology longer than us.
Cross-platform mobile development tools. What I'm seeing right now with mobile platforms is a phenomenon that last heard 15 years ago with the so-called browser wars, and a phenomenon which happened 10 years before that when there were the OS wars. Right? Before Windows became preeminent, before people kind of said this is what we're going to use. You know, we had OS2, we had Windows 3, we had DOS, we had Next, and back then, same problem. You are a software developer, you want to develop code, you don't know which platform to bet on. So today, I think in the Philippines, it's a foregone conclusion. Some people use Android, but iOS is still there, and you've got this other thing called Windows Phone, which some people have not heard about yet. So you have to make a bet, right? If you do native, then you're kind of betting on that horse. And even when you talk about Android, which is the dominant one, there's several flavors of that. So I'm really excited right now looking at cross-platform development tools that allows the team to develop once and deploy multiple times. That's great. And I'm not going to do any plugs right now, but there are a couple tools that are really exciting to me. Maybe later on, if you really twist my arm, I'll talk about it. But that's what's exciting right now. Being able to write once and see my code run on different platforms.
That's great. That's great. I'll go to Rocky next.
What I look forward to right now really is the concept of infrastructure as code. So with the cloud really moving very fast, you'll find out that a lot of the infrastructure now is now programmable. And really to utilize efficiently your infrastructure is to build that code even on top of your front-end layers. So it's not just anymore a person going from I'm going to be the super guy at front end, I'm going to be the super guy at databases. Right now, you have to be a full stack engineer to leverage on all areas of infrastructure and to really efficiently work on all the different areas of the technology.
That's great.
Well, I guess right now what I'm excited about is the maturation of frameworks like Meteor and Famous. Basically, they make it easy for you to develop mobile or online applications that are real time. And basically, the idea is that accessing the database of the server should be just as easy as accessing memory on the client side. And while they're not that mature right now, I wouldn't recommend using them
in production.
In production, at least. I think it's a very promising idea.
It's great. It's really good. Yes. Unless you have the same.
Yeah, I'm actually not really weird answer, especially coming from me. I'm not really interested in anything new right now. As much as possible, we want to stick with what we're good at, because what we're good at actually makes money for us. We always see, we're running a business, so as much as possible, we're running a business.
Yeah.
But we do, however, have some another part and all based under where we do experiment and allow our time too. So that's where the new technology comes in.
Yeah.
And we experiment for many reasons, and we build apps and products out of it. So you're learning and saying you're experimenting, plus the other result, which is like a bunch of our product like our experiment and stuff like that. We're basically our result of experimentation.
That's good.
But it's just like 10%, 5% of our effort.
Right.
The rest really goes sticking with something that we are sure will get a profit.
Yeah, to be honest. I think that's good.
It's just good.
Mark?
I would like to maybe add, because I think Joey and Tim already added the, let's say, the other components that are very exciting for us right now. One is mobile. But one thing with mobile is that it's actually expanding. It's not just a smartphone, not just your feature phones. There's actually also tablets. And there's also a lot more sort of like the Intel NUC, very small devices, very specific, but you could use it almost anywhere. So you would imagine, for example, 15 years ago, people would be using the internet and the computers in front of the computer. But people would be accessing the web, for example, doing a lot of things outside, not sitting in front of the computer. So this kind of shift drives new kind of demand for new technology. So there's a lot of new technology in this particular space. And I think they also mentioned the infrastructure. But together with that one, there's also two other exciting technology, and that is the ability to store massive amount of data, which is through Cassandra, for example, or maybe both. So before, you would have to patch a lot of MySQL, you have to do your own clustering. But there's a new, I would not say new technology because it existed 5 years ago. And it reaches a level that it's a bit mature already, where you could say, if I want to store 1 billion data, 1 billion records, for example, you could already do that in open source software. Now, the reason you want to do that is because you would have a lot more mobile software, mobile installation, more users using your app. So for that amount of data, the traditional technology is just not good enough. So the other one that is also exciting is the sort of like leveling up of the abstraction. So if you would say, for example, if you define a program right now, you would say you go to Ruby or PHP, but there's a lot more sort of like abstraction. Let's say, I don't know if you've heard about parts.com. So in addition to say providing the servers, for example, they are already providing the different application services. So to develop, let's say for a startup right now, if you want to develop software, you don't have to code everything from scratch. But if you would imagine, let's say, maybe one of these days you wake up and say, I want to build the next Foursquare. So to be able to develop Foursquare, I think you're going to need 5 years, for example, maybe 100 programs. So, but it's a bit exciting now because you don't have to do that. So you could go Parse.com or maybe Apple Cloud Kit. They already have a lot of the backend services ready for you. That you only have to do is maybe most of the front end. Yeah. So those kind of new technologies are actually very exciting and making startups a lot cheaper, I think, to do. More possibilities.
That's awesome. Okay, we only have a few minutes remaining, so I do want to give the audience a chance to ask some questions. Are there any questions out there? And if so, just run to the microphone. No. Silence. Okay, well, we'll keep talking. In terms of platforms that you guys are using, I think all of you are using cloud services at least.
Yeah, I think all like 100% of our tools, code repository, are all hosted in cloud. Our chat hosted in cloud. Almost everything actually. Even the only thing that's local is there's nothing local.
Nothing local. So your repos are in the cloud. Your deployments.
Yes.
Are you using talk about your deployment strategy. That's interesting.
Okay.
I know Mark's and it's like complicated.
Actually, what's that? The framework, the technology. So it depends on the client actually. It's always relevant to the budget of the client. Starting okay, so there are different stages. One is if they're more like in the MVP stage, you would rather send them to hosting providers like small providers. But if they do have the budget, we send them over to AWS. However, the problem with AWS is to manage it for it, gotta need specialized people that can do it. Although it's getting better, every year. But if they do have the budget, we send them to Engineer because they provide a really good support. Europe is a good one as well. It really depends on the budget. It's a good one.
Tim, what about you guys?
So, our deployment strategy. I'm assuming this is basically how you deploy code to do it.
Yeah.
So, code is posted in GitHub, and we have template set up on our DBSs. Changes every time
pull requests as mirrors. We have it deployed to our development server. And we also have a staging production server that's also deployed by Jenkins. Jenkins actually is Ansible to do the provisioning and deployment. And so, well, that's it.
It's good. It's good. Okay. What about you? What's your structure look like?
Deployment structure, I think it should be always best practice. I think there's not much discussion on deployment. Really, always have source control, maybe public, like GitHub. I use a private one, Bitbucket, and then use a staging and a production server, and then use a sort of CI, continuous integration to push it live. You have several services, but generally the structure is almost the same. Source control, a staging and a production, and then a continuous integration.
And most of your production environment is in AWS?
We are fully running on AWS.
Okay, that's good. Joey, maybe talk about some of the startups that you've worked with and the deployment structure that you guys use.
All the startups that I've worked with are using Azure. So, how many people here are talking the this part program? This kind of this part. Okay. So just clarification. Azure is not just for Windows. Azure can be used for anything. But all of the startups I work with are on Azure. Most internally for source control, we use Visual Studio Online, Team Foundation Server Online. Again, another misconception that Microsoft tools cost money. We haven't paid for Azure ever. None of our startups have ever paid for Azure because on this part. 3 years for free. The tools are available online. Again, this part for free, even if you're not this part, you get to use Visual Studio Online and PFS Online, free up to 5 members of the team. So we use that for our source control. It has test tools. For deployment, we all use VM and Azure and so forth. So
it's great.
Totally Microsoft.
Mark?
For our case, it's actually just Git pull right now. So we didn't know it was a bad idea. So we're moving to a new direction of doing continuous delivery. So I'm not sure if you've heard about the idea. But the idea is that it should be very cheap, very fast. This does the programmer on your production side. And it sounded easy, for example, because you could just tell a programmer to just put your files in. But to be able to do that in sort of like a high quality way, and that is what we do continuous delivery. So you have CI, and you have all the different Docker images, for example. So at the moment, that's actually what we're trying to look at. We're trying to designing the system towards that direction. So we're not yet currently there. So to answer your question, it's just Git pull for now.
Sounds good. I like the honesty. Okay, so we'll wrap the final question. If there's one thing that you could do in the technology sector, one thing that maybe you could change or have an impact on in the next year, what is that? Something that you could do.
Yeah, I guess going back to the first question, it's always education. And something like the first few months of Joey mentioned about what do you do with the fresh grads. So you create a very good training program for them. Like, for example, the survey I did last year, there are a lot of developers here in the country at the age of 21 to 30. And to be honest, we need to make sure that we support them. We build a community around them. We support, companies should keep on supporting the user groups, their meetups. If you have a place that you can connect to the user groups, go and share it to them. It's really supporting the young developers here in the country because we have a lot of them here. We don't have a lot of senior developers in the country. That's our problem. That's our situation. So it's really supporting the young ones. So that's it, really.
I will do something on the microapplication, but I start actually earlier. I'd actually like to draw people in high school into tech. Because what I've noticed is that a lot of really smart people there are a lot of really smart people in the Philippines. Like just 2 days ago, I think, like 3 girls won a Chinese girls mathematical Olympiad in China, and I'm sure there are dozens more with international contests regarding problem solving. But um, those people don't go to tech. They either are tech in the Philippines, they either go abroad or they go into banking, they go into finance, they go become actuaries and deal with the statistics of tech. And I would like to draw them towards tech and show that potential in technology and the exciting possibilities that they have, and the fact that there are actually interesting problems to solve outside of mathematics and in science.
For me, I'd like to really address the developer community to think of the mindset of entrepreneurship. Because a lot of our really good ones, good devs, are actually at their own homes, working for a company and maybe usually for outside, they're really BPOs. And so if they're gonna, we want to encourage them to work for themselves, right? I mean, we are already our country alone has 2 cities that are in the top 10 outsourced uh, deployment. So if we could somehow bring them back and to develop their own ideas, own startups, that would be really great. Because the talent is already there, guys. I mean, I hear throughout the day that there's a missing talent in the Philippines, but they're actually there, but they're just working for somebody else. Somebody else outside.
The question is
If there's one thing that you could change in technology and see in the Philippines in the next year, what would it be?
More successful startups.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, that's going to attract everything else. That's where it all starts. And that's so obvious to the people in this room. But outside this room, startups, technology startups, software startups, it's not a very sexy thing, right? Our job as part of this community is to make that really sexy. You guys need to become the next round of rock stars to these college kids. They need to look up to you. We're not there yet. They all know who Mark is, and Steve, and Sergey, those guys, but they don't know the Mark, Steve, Sergey's, whose last name is De La Cruz, Santos, and Reyes. We need more of that. So the one thing we can do as a community, make a difference to Philippine technology, we need more successes.
Yeah, that's a great point. Mark?
I would just like to add what Joey mentioned about more success in startups. I think that one is it's always a bit hard to be successful in a startup, especially for technology startup. And since we're talking about technology stack in a startup, I think it's also I think that's one thing we wanna. I mean, personally, I wanna sort of like improve the awareness, for example, that it's not just technology, it's just not programming languages, just not Linux, for example, or Azure or AWS. It's also the process and the practice of developing technology. So process talks about the agile, Scrum methodology, continuous delivery. Then you also have to look into practices, let's say code reviews, for example, pair programming. So when you develop your startup, for example, it's very important to understand that it's just not a process of knowing about Ruby or PHP, for example. It's actually also getting a team to develop a product that you can ship. So knowing the 3 different aspects of process, practice, and also technology is very important for startups.
That's great. Well, thank you guys as a panel. I will just add one final thought. We are all men on this panel. And I would just close with, let's get more women in development and in technology, and let's highlight the women that are there.
I think they will be, because in our company, there's actually more women than men.
There you go. Set the tone. So let's give them a round of applause, guys. Thank you very much. right. How's everybody doing? You guys excited? I'm looking for my next panelist, and I'm not sure if they're here, so I'm just gonna throw it out. Jojo Flores, where are you? Jojo. All right. Well, we are gonna improvise. Mark, are you here? Mark Deutsch is not here either. Okay, so Mark Deutsch is the man behind the branding of Geeks on the Beach. If you've seen the amazing designs that we have nowhere on this wall behind me, right down here on the website, the characters, there's t-shirts. He's also the founder of Happy Garaje, an amazing design and branding studio. And in addition to that amazing work, they have some artwork on display outside in the mall. They have some amazing artwork featuring Filipino and Cebuano artists. Be sure to check that out. They have some great deals happening there. You can pick up some art pieces, you can invest in artists. The creative community is something that we want to get back to. In addition, as we mentioned, we're doing the Ice Bucket Challenge tomorrow. We'll give you more details on that, but be sure to bring a change of clothes for tomorrow. We're going to have a lot of fun. And I was informed right before I came up that there's another little activity, I think with a pub crawl, pub crawl for charity, if I recall. So I'm going to turn it over, and Oliver here is going to give us a little lowdown on that.
Hey guys, nice to be working with the Boracay Pub Crawl for all Geeks. This year it's a bit harder, so we only have 39 seats. Because we have to use silence, we can't walk anywhere. But if you get a ticket pass, you can use the coupon code IMGeeks, Geek on each, all caps, and you get a 10% discount. You don't have to use it because all profits will go to charity of one of the speakers last year, which is called Panda Kids. They made community centers out of plastic bottles with it. So if you can't go, you can donate. Otherwise, each ticket pass, we only have 39 tickets. And we go to 4 clubs, we get free entrance, we get 50 pesos food specials, transportation. So if you want to see the nightlife of Cebu, tomorrow, 8 p.m. will start. All right, thank you.
All right, sounds like fun, right? All right, I'm still looking for my speakers. So in the meantime, I have a challenge for you. Get out your smartphone. Whose battery is dead? Anyone? Need to plug in. There's one battery dead right here. Mine's almost there. Okay, get out your smartphone. Come on, everybody. Get it out. Okay, take a selfie with the person to your left. Post it on the social network of your choice. Hashtag #GoLab. And tomorrow, I will let you dump the ice on me. I'll pick one lucky winner later tonight. I will announce it. And in the ice bucket challenge, you get to dump the ice bucket on me. Okay, go. Ready? Come on, guys. All right, guys, we're on the speed dating, so continue to network and chat among yourselves. Give us about 5 more minutes and we'll kick this next panel off. Thanks a lot.
And I was user for that. As a gamer, you play games, but I know because I have not seen them with somebody. That's why. People started hard to be running up here, just without the setting. It's something in this game, you know. Maybe it's going to connect, especially now with all the genetics.
Alright, quick update. Our speakers have arrived. So we're going to kick it off shortly. So if your friends or your colleagues are out getting coffee, pull them back in because we're going to kick this off. You don't want to miss this panel. It's live. All right, guys, let's get it started. The flight has arrived. I apologize for the delay. We were joking earlier that I think, no offense to Cebu Pacific, but they have a very low on-time arrival rate, but they do publish that on their website, so one of those things out of our control. So for our next panel, we're talking about unleashing Philippine capital and Filipino businesses and really letting that gas up in the next generation of startups. So we have an exciting panel. Many of them just arrived. We have none other than Jojo Flores. He's going to be sharing with us again. We have Manny Ayala. We have Wilson Nong from Nangkai here in Cebu. And I will turn it over to our facilitator, Mr. Jack Madrid. So let's put our hands together, give them a warm welcome to each one of these.
It's good to be here. I just arrived at flight. We made it all in one piece, along with this guy. I'm going to play this a little bit impromptu because this is a new topic. We're here to have some fun and learn something. So our topic is how to unleash Filipino capital to take advantage of the booming tech startup scene in the Philippines and I guess across Southeast Asia. I actually find this a very compelling topic. I think we have a very experienced panel who can speak through this. Maybe to kick things off, maybe I'll ask my friend Manny here to talk about his initial couple of years of experience in raising capital in this early stage.
At this point, my only expertise, to be honest, is I've become an expert in the Philippine airline terminal architecture design, having been there for about 6 hours. Actually, been 6.5 hours. But so, I guess capital. I think one of the reasons, I just speak from experience, that you know, my partner and I, Nick Sogliado, are interested in this space. Is I think what you have here, certainly in Southeast Asia, is the perfect digital storm. Right, and that's, we look at four things, four of these trends, if you like. The first is a very young population. You know, the kind of people that would call me and Jack people, right? I mean, the average age here in this country is maybe 23, 24. It's like the second trend, which is a rapid adoption of technology. Right? So if you look at any metric, whether it's broadband penetration, mobile penetration, smartphone, and so on and so forth, that has really gone to the roof. I came back to the Philippines in 2003, right? So what a difference 10 years makes, right? So back then, I think internet penetration was 3 million. I think mobile penetration, million phones. And that translated into low spending, right, in advertising. There was no e-commerce. The content, mobile content business was just growing. You fast forward to 2003, right? I think we have more phones than human beings in this country, right? You have smartphones at almost 30 million. You have internet penetration of over 30% and growing, right? And then you have So the third pillar is, I think, we've become a nation of kind of new media addicts, right? Social media addicts, and we're in the top 10 for YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. And the fourth kind of trend is this backdrop of very steady, I would even say a robust macroeconomic growth, right? We're certainly a much better destination for investment and capital in Europe, possibly the US. Right, and this is true of many parts of Southeast Asia. Right? So, again, going back to comparing 2003 to 2013, and fast forward to 2013, with all of this penetration and all of this adoption of social media and the macroeconomic growth, e-commerce is now at over $1 billion. Right? Granted, a lot of that is travel, but there's still about 250 which is non-travel related. you look at online advertising that's coming up on $100 million compared to maybe $1 billion in 2003. And then mobile content is also coming up on $100 million. So that's why we're excited about this space.
So thanks for that, Manny. So Manny has painted, a pretty optimistic landscape. You're saying that all the pieces are there. We are in confluence. We see a conflict. All these things happening at the same time. So I'd like to hear from Wilson now. I mean, in my own limited experience raising capital from friends and family, high net worth people, there's certainly much more interest now than a few years ago. There's a curiosity. They don't know what it's all about, but they see these things that managers describe happening in their own homes. Their kids with their screens, the online time being spent at home. So they know something's about to happen. They know we're close to some kind of tipping point. How would you approach those kinds of high net worth individuals raising money?
Well, I think before I answer, I'd like to give a brief overview about myself. I'm from Cebu. I worked as a computer programmer in Taiwan from 87 to 89, so I had 2 years of experience there. And then in 1992, my old friends actually from Taiwan approached me and said, can we do the programming in the Philippines? And that was 1992, there was no internet then. But we were excited. We knew we had good developers here. And I'm sure as a businessman, we could leverage the cost and some money. So I got $15,000 from my parents. And with 4 developers, we started the company. And we have since grown over the last 20 or so years. Right now, we have 120 developers doing projects for US, Japan, and China. And we have also advanced to computer retail, systems integration. We also do network security, network infrastructure. And I would have been proud to say that I've done startups and I've been loyal to tech. I haven't. So we've also invested in food, real property, lifestyle, consumer retail. And to a certain extent, I think we're sort of a little bit of experts. So we're about 10 companies with about 500 employees in various. And I guess being diversified makes it easier for us to raise funds. We have real estate, and it's easier to talk to banks when you have a collateral. And the thing that you look at also is that if you have success in one field, it establishes your credibility for another. So 1 or 2 businesses will run, and the banks and the partners will come in and will offer you various other businesses. So if you get a reputation for giving a fair deal, you're a good partner to work with. It's easy for friends to come and say, hey, you know what, listen, I have this new idea, this is a new business, the big partners or something like that. So luckily over the last 20 years we've grown, and maybe raising capital has not been one of our primary big problems.
I'd like to have your I would like to be in that situation. Perhaps Jojo, again, how do you approach people not so familiar with the technology scene, startup environment? They're curious. They have the capital. What is the best way to make that connection and gain their interest?
I'm a very visual person. So I assume everybody likes to be visual as I am. One thing that I have done consistently in order to do this and encourage more people crossing that line, in my case, again, it's easier. I just take them to plug and play. Okay? it's a 70,000 square meter building. It's 350 startups from all around the world. There's probably about 600 to 700 people there working. Maybe 200, 300 of them are doctors. It's a very lively place. I make sure that it's a fun place. And that was my job at Plug and Play. It was my job to make sure that people connected. Okay? And for those who didn't understand what technology or what technology investment is all about, immediately they get it. Okay? When Christina and myself were raising money from the government, from BOST in particular, to fund the living expenses of the on-3 pitching competition winners during their 3-month immersion program in Silicon Valley. The program actually started during the term of GMA. Okay? During the turnover to the term of Pinoy, there were some issues on whether it was a correct program or not. And so, through the help of our DTI representatives there, through the help of, at that time, Consul General Painol, we were able to bring Secretary Montejo to do a tour of Plug and Play. And we had a meeting at Plug and Play. So immediately, after the whole trip, we went out at the parking lot. We told Christina, we're doing it. Okay? So, for many traditional businessmen, it's very difficult for them to understand when we talk about cloud, so Dropbox, it's a file sharing in the cloud. Cloud? Because they come from brick and mortar backgrounds. So pretty much that's what this digital business, this internet business. I put actual bodies in there. I put actual products in terms of presentations. There's actually, if Smart and Globe, they come there, because they look at companies as well. And if they see AT&T as part of my community, they see Procter and Gamble even, or Coca-Cola, or Walmart, or Google or eBay be part of my community, then I want to be part of this one too. So I guess I'm cheating that way, but that's an effective way for me to flip the coin.
So we've heard 3 different. You're all, I think, we're piecing together this puzzle. From that, he has laid, the landscape, that this is the right place at the right time. Wilson talks about credibility, success, and reputation as being one effective way to communicate the benefit. And with Jojo, it's the experiential part, seeing, making potential investors feel less intimidated. So let's drill down a little bit. I think Barry has some additional thoughts.
Actually, cheating is good. So I just want to amplify this point. I have an interesting anecdote about how that came to life and how people's understanding of that tech really deepened. So it was 2 days ago. Nix and I belong to this organization called Entrepreneurs Organization. It's a global organization. Philippines has 120 members. And in this Philippine chapter, out of 120, maybe there's only 3 or 4 of us that have anything to do with tech. So we decided to have a learning event. So we invited, a whole bunch of these guys, and we had 20 entrepreneurs pitch, right? It was like a very extended pitch day. And in fact, some of these people are here today. I see Oliver's here, Oliver from APA, I know a whole bunch are here. And these guys were amazed. They were floored. I didn't realize you could do that. I didn't realize you could do this. How do I invest? So that's what did it for them, is being able to turn something that's in the cloud into something concrete.
One thing I also need to add, when I have my personal friends, my friends and some in other industries that I invite to plug and play for them to. I said, forget about, you've seen the Golden Gate Bridge anyway, Why don't you come to plug and play? Because it's a fun place. At least we do serve good food. So I say, I can promise you that we have good food to have lunch there. And we have Starbucks too. Starbucks. But one thing once you tickle the interest, now they say, okay, I like this, So, and I have had some friends who said, how can I invest in companies in plug and play? I said, invest first in the Philippines, and then you'll think about the plug and play companies. They also need security when it comes to education, because still at the end of the day, they don't understand valuations and stuff like that. So I said, hey, if I tell them, don't worry, I'm not going to run away with your money, and you can trust me, and and I do have a lot of more intelligent friends. So we'll kind of assess the whole deal together, and that resonates well for these potential investors.
Okay. Well, I'm actually old enough that I know that a lot of pitches are happening, but I was old enough that I was actually starting to pitch to VCs in the 1990s during the dot-com boom. Okay, so during that time, I was a little bit younger, and I went to Malaysia, I went to Hong Kong, I went to Manila, I went to Silicon Valley, and made several business plans and pitch. I never got any investment, but it was something that made me understand a little bit about how VCs work. Now, the VCs will tell you is that in the United States, pretty much everything is already quite mature. So the VCs is actually open to investing in high-risk, high-return industries. And the VCs will tell you, it doesn't matter if I invest in 5 or 10 companies, and only 1 or 2 will succeed, because that 1 or 2 is going to give me a return of 100 times my investment. So that is their mindset. And I was actually encouraged when yesterday during the investor forum this morning, there were actually VCs that says, I want to invest in traditional industries as well. And this is something that I'd like everybody to think about, because I'm following, for example, if you look at the United States, all the new billionaires practically make their money from technology, because retail or hotels or hospitality or distribution, it's practically a mature industry. But if you look at the last 20 years of what happened to China, you'll find out that China has lifted about millions of millionaires. And less than 10% of them got it from IT. That means China is a new territory, and you can make a lot of money, not only in tech, but in real property, in distribution, in food, in consumer items. Now, everybody's looking at China because China has 1.4 billion consumers. Now, for the benefits of those who are not in here, last month, officially, Philippines is 100 million population. And this population has an average age of 23. So that means, practically speaking, we were in China's place maybe 10 or 20 years ago. And we see that this is going to play. We're very confident that Philippines is going to grow aggressively in the next 10 or 20 years, and there is going to be a lot of money made in all industries, including IT. Now, in other industries, it's not going to give you 10 or 20 times the return. But there are many areas of investment in the Philippines that can easily give you a payback period of 2 or 3 years. And these are less risky but less return investment. So I'd like to advise everybody, maybe yeah, we're all very fascinated and excited about technology, but if your viewpoint is how to grow a business, there are many other industries that is working.
That's an interesting point, because I think there is a whole spectrum of risk-reward ratios, right? And so the guys that come to me and say, hey, I really like it, it's interesting, how do I invest? I say, well, I think the first thing you have to ask yourself is the same thing a private banker might ask you. What's your risk profile? Of your investable assets, how much of this do you want to be in safe bonds? How much of this do you want to be in private equity? How much in real estate, and so on and so forth, right? So you have to figure out, what am I willing to do, right? That's what you start with. And then, of course, begins the process of really trying to understand the sector. There's tons of blogs out there that you can get, delivered straight to your phone. You have now expert groups like there's a newly minted Vanilla Angels, right? You can hang out with people who've been doing this. And so, hang out with people who know more about this than you do, right? But I think first you have to understand, what am I willing to set aside? Is it 2%, 5% of my portfolio in this space?
I think we could talk about this very interesting and topic for another hour or so, but unfortunately we need to wrap up. So perhaps in the next 1 minute, maybe you can have your last pieces of advice to entrepreneurs out there who want to raise capital from if there was the one thing that you wanted to share with these entrepreneurs who want to raise money for their businesses. I think we've heard from Manny already what he did. So maybe Wilson and Jojo, just to wrap this session up.
I don't remember when I said this here in the community here in Cebu. I see the room, June Sa, he introduced me to the Cebu Chamber of Commerce. We had a meeting with them a couple of years ago. And basically the conversation that we had there was, we said, there's a growth of startups here in Cebu. And it would be great if you guys can be the first investors and customers for these startups. So I don't know what had happened. These are just our job is to plant ideas. It's your job to execute on them and make sure that it becomes effective. But this is something because the Philippines is very regionalistic even. And we do have ICT councils all around the Philippines. If I'm not mistaken, around over 20 of them. These ICT councils should engage with the Chamber of Commerces of all of where they are located, and tell them, they have to be, in order for that region to set an example first, and support their local businesses. Engage them and tell them, we want you to come to these events and get to know the startups. They may have products already existing, or you can tell them to create products that you will buy and invest in. So everything happens in small things, and I think this is a big baby step that we can certainly implement here in the country and the regional base.
I'm very humble about the Philippines. I think that everything that I read have went out, that 6 or 7% is not only last year or this year, but I think hopefully it will be the next 10 or 20 years. We are getting a lot of outsourcing projects in China because it's getting more and more expensive to do it here, and it's becoming more cost effective to do it here. We just got a big investment from a traditional Japanese IT company who think that in the next few years a lot of Japanese will be returning and investing in the Philippines. So a lot of it is pointing out that it's a good time to invest in the Philippines.
And with that optimistic note, time's up, and I want to thank the panelists for all their words of wisdom, and that's a wrap.
announcement to make. So this is public announcement form that I'm giving you. Wow, this is the first time I see this thing. Yeah, me too. Okay, it's take the hashtag SmartGoUp Selfie Challenge. It would be great if we could also put this up on the screen some maybe later. Take as many selfies as you can with fellow participants, preferably the ones you haven't met yet. It's a really good excuse. Yeah, I don't know you, let's take a selfie. Go. Yeah, my name's Albert, here's my card, and you know, maybe if you offer something, you can try it out. Great, man. Great. Alright, okay. And then post your selfies on Twitter. Okay, so you put the Twitter with the hashtag SmartGoUpSelfie. One word. I think it's how hashtags work. And the person with the most selfies and new friends will win an LTE Smart Pro Pocket Wi-Fi. Alright, so there you go. Smart Go Up Selfie Challenge. Challenge is on. Alright, so we are finally catching up. Now, thanks to our friends in the airline. So if you want to disrupt an industry, go for it. Woo! Come on, guys, these are the real problems we have here. You know, we don't need to disrupt like, how do we make new friends? I mean, we got to solve the airline industry. That's one good approach. I mean, that's what Paul was saying from Caliber. Get the runway, right? The runway. The real runway. Serious runway. Okay. So we are going back to this morning. We're going back in time to the AMA. So the Reddit fans are ask me anything, but we've adapted it slightly to ask McClure anything. Oh, it's ask McClure anything. So I want to call on two wonderful guys from the World Startup Report. That's Bowie Guy and Andreas Riviera. And of course, David McClure to come up on stage. You can do better than that, guys. Alright. Oh man, we're waiting for this big clapper.
Yes, hey, are you ready?
Am I ready? I don't know. What kind of questions are you going to ask, Owen?
A lot of good questions. But first, let's do a quick introduction. For those of you in the room that do not know who this person is, he's a founding partner of 500 Startups. He's also a part-time Sith Lord and most foul-mouthed, This is one of the people known as the most prolific investor in the world. In the past, maybe 4 or 5 years, he's invested in about 800 companies. So to put that in perspective, if each one of you is a company, you will receive from Dave McClure at least 2 checks worth like $100,000 each. In fact, I heard that on the airplane today, like they had a breakdown. So they report to solve the problem. You do a few more checks to buy a new airplane and then you flew the trouble. That's how we solved the problem today. So that's how people know it. But to me, Dave is my benevolent investor. He is backing for all my efforts today.
Some serious assets going on.
It's true. And you know, you never contact Dave for like anything unless you really need him. But when you do need him, you say, Dave, I really need your help. He will always answer your email at 3 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, like this shit up to me. So that is thank you, Dave. It's so true. I don't know how he's managed to keep his ears until quite happy, but yeah, maybe not. But on behalf of the 1,500 founders and mentors in the Finance Startup Network, thank you, Dave. Alright. Next up, this is Andres. Hello. Andres is my partner in crime and Warsaw Reports. He is the person behind the latest research that some of you might have seen on the Economist recently. And please, everybody, Andres. Thank you. I know this is like a very short session. Many of you are here not for Dave. We'll keep it in 30 minutes. And without further ado, I think we're going to start. A few instructions. What's going to happen? Okay, so if you want to ask Dave a question, it must be really funny. Otherwise, I'll boot you off. So if you want to ask a funny question today, please come over here and line up. Okay? While you're lining up, I think I'm just going to start with the normal set of related questions. Why don't you go ahead?
All right. So, hi Dave. Obviously, a very topical question nowadays. ALS challenge. Have you been challenged yet?
I've been challenged about 5 or 10 times already.
Okay, and I assume you haven't done the whole procedure.
No, I haven't. It might happen sometime while I'm here. We'll see.
All right. So my question is, who are you going to challenge next?
I haven't even done it. Who am I challenge next?
All right. So we're going to keep it.
Actually, I'm challenging someone to come up with a more creative idea than dumping a bucket of ice over your head. Because that trend has already jumped the shark. We should find a new one.
So, is there anyone in the room that's going to come up with a better challenge than the ice bucket? I think Dave has a check for that. So, go for it. The other question is obviously, do you believe in karma? Because following up on the bucket ice bucket challenge, in the recent weekend, one of the co-creators of the idea has actually drowned in the lake. So do you believe that karma is a bitch?
I guess so. Where are we going with this, by the way? Yeah, I think the challenge has been very successful. It's generated a lot of social media attention and a lot of dollars for ALS, so that's great.
Alright, let's get to more serious questions. What are your typical 30 minutes of the morning? Is there any typical 30 minutes of your morning routine? Email, prayer, shower?
I probably addicted like many of you to Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, so I probably spend a lot of time following up on that. Occasionally I do some real work and sign some paperwork and invest in a few companies.
How many investments have you done exactly so far? How far are you going to go?
Well, just to clarify, we have made 850 or so investments, not me. There's about 10, well, there's about 30 people in the company, and about 10 of them are investments. Several of them are here, Kylie, and actually Tim, Jay also. So we're generally probably doing about 20 investments per person per year. And I don't think there's any particular limit on that. We're probably going to keep hiring people to do more investment in the future. And hopefully we can do 500 investments a year. So.
All right, so looking back on those 850, what is the most memorable one? What has happened that you were like, oh my god, this is not success?
Good or bad?
Anything that's like the most memorable.
Good and bad.
There you go.
Well, I mean, obviously we've had a few decent-sized units, a couple of companies like MakerBot and Wildfire and Vicky, which were successful. We least had 100 million plus exits. A couple of others like Trillium, Credit Card, which are very largely doing very well. I think the probably more meaningful is seeing companies that are smaller get to sort of sustainable levels and getting to seed stage capital or Series A capital. So companies that come through our accelerator that have raised a couple $1 million, that have a $2, $3, $4 million run rate, and are doing well, that's probably more meaningful than sitting up here bragging about investments where we wrote a small check and really the entrepreneur was the one that did all the work, not me. So I think mostly venture capitalists brag about things that they don't do. The things that I would probably brag about us doing is that we got 3 accelerator programs rolling out in San Francisco and Mexico City, and I probably have about 300 companies or more go through those programs in the last 4 years. So there we're making an impact, I think, of helping some of those guys get girls. Good. Raise capital. In addition to that, I would say doing investments internationally has been really rewarding. It's a little hard at times, but we're somewhat well known for investing outside the valley in probably about 30 or 40 countries. It's something we believe in a lot, in terms of economic returns and otherwise.
As most of us know, Dave travels a lot like on a different level. How many countries have you been to already? And is your goal to reach like 200, 500?
I've probably been to about 40 or so countries. Probably about 20 countries a year is a typical. Almost digital that I go. I'm on the road about 6 months out of the year.
Obviously, you do Philippines twice a year at least.
Yeah, but that's very recent. Philippines, I just came to for the first time a month ago. Been spending a lot of time in Southeast Asia. Kylie and Casper and other folks have been getting things off the ground here, so spending a lot more time in Southeast Asia, but also Latin America and Middle East.
Your first investment, what was in, and what's the relationship with the founders right now?
The first investment? I invested in a restaurant business way back that was not successful. I guess the business is still around. The founders have actually moved on to something else. First startup company investment. It's probably one of the ones that was early investment that I was involved with a little bit was SlideShare. And Rashi and John and Ahmed sold the business to LinkedIn a few years ago for a pretty decent sum, about $120 million. And that was a really great story. A group of folks who were mostly in India and a little bit in San Francisco. It was actually a husband, wife, brother founding team. And really didn't raise very much capital. I think they probably raised total about $1.5 million. And built a company that I think was doing maybe around $5 million a year when they got acquired. So pretty efficient business in terms of capital raise, business developed and exit, and that took about 5 or 6 years, maybe 7.
So I think we have a few audience questions.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
This is
Make it good.
Alright, first things first, can I have a selfie?
Sure.
You actually helped one of our teams win the scavenger hunt this year.
Okay.
The scavenger hunt doesn't even realize that they won 20K.
What, 20,000? You're buying me drinks tonight.
I didn't, thank you. Awesome, thank you. And my question is, what's the most obscure, absurd, and crazy way that someone's tried to get your attention? Did it work?
Jesus. More than one person has pitched me in the urinal. Someone, no, I did not come in. So for any of you thinking about pitching me while I'm taking a piss, not a good idea. He's here. I was on a dance floor or something. I don't know why they thought that was going to be a good idea to come up and like try to pitch me on the dance floor. I got people pitch me on a plane, but then I didn't know they were there on the plane. That was kind of weird. I think they figured out I was there somehow. Yeah.
Next question. Robbie.
All right. Here's a tough one. So in the past, you used to be on the board of Unitas, which is a social impact firm.
Yes.
Used to spend some time with microfinance institutions like the board of Silicon Valley Microfinance Network, and be involved in other social impact organizations. What happened? Did you sell your soul? What's your plan to save the world?
Yes. Great. Robbie's one of my investors. So I think Robbie, you're benefiting from my spending time on the dark side. So I spent a fair amount of time when between when I left PayPal and when I started our fund. I did work with Unitas, which is an amazing organization that helps create microfinance banks organizations, and then also Kiva and a few other things. Those are great groups. When I finally started my fund, that takes up most of my time. I do still give a little bit of money to those folks and occasionally get to talk with them. But right now, I'm building my business. Hopefully, if I'm successful with this, I'll be able to give them more time and money in the future. I think, a lot of the things we're doing with 500, hopefully, if they scale up, do have social impact. It just happens that they make money as well. So I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. In fact, quite the opposite. Usually they're aligned.
Next question.
Is there any sector or type of business you will absolutely not do this?
I don't think there's any business that we wouldn't do. Just there's things that we are better at doing. Most of our investments are centered around pretty basic concepts. We are generally looking for businesses that take advantage of internet marketing channels, so that's social, search, social, and mobile, and probably now also video and mobile. We're usually looking for businesses that have a pretty clear path to revenue and don't require a lot of capital. So a very common model for us is to find a company that we think has positive unit economics or can have positive unit economics, and then probably hopefully get to some level of sustainable revenue within a year or two. And hopefully that's $1 million or $2 million at some point. So we don't take as much risk around capital-intensive businesses. That could be either businesses that are very growth-focused for a long period of time. Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter probably wouldn't be a very likely investment thesis for us. Other capital-intensive businesses that involve hardware or a lot of manufacturing or other inventory, although we occasionally do that. So we stayed away from kind of life sciences businesses and things that are really deep IP, but we might start looking at that a little bit. I would still say that the things that we think we do well are probably taking simple transactional businesses and scaling them out via internet marketing channels. So that's a pattern that we think fits pretty well with international markets. So places getting companies to revenue quickly and being able to scale is important. So we'll probably keep doing a lot of that, but we might do it in a lot of.
Well, you seem to invest like as opposed to most.
Yeah, we just throw money around here.
Yeah.
There is a method to the madness.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that the question?
Yeah, eventually, what led to that point? Why did you decide to do that? And why did you do that?
Well, I think the industry has a traditional perspective that investing large checks in a small number of companies is a good strategy, and I think they're basically full of shit, and that is a very suspect strategy. And that is actually gambling. So, when you're a traditional VC firm and you're making 30 bets that are probably multi-million-dollar bets, and in most cases they probably don't know the people very well, that's kind of gambling in my world. And, on the contrary, we probably are making that first bet on people to get to know them and understand whether they have their shit together. And for a very inexpensive amount of $50,000 to $100,000, within 6 months, maybe 12 months, we have a good handle on whether that person or that team is executing, whether the product has interest from the market, and whether we think that they can scale up. So for my perspective, we're doing a large number of bets at small check size as a way to do discovery of talent and detection of whether the business model is working. And probably about a third of those will write a second check for, and maybe probably 10% to 20% we might write more than one check for. That actually strikes me as a much more scientific and thoughtful method. We probably make decisions faster than other VCs, but we can do that because we're not taking as much risk. Typical VC probably deploys about 1 to 5% of capital in investments that they make. We probably deploy about 0.1 to 0.2% of capital in investments that we make. So we can afford to be a lot more aggressive, a lot riskier about things that we can do, because if they fail, it's not as much impact. For somebody who's writing a $5 million check, if they fuck that up, they might lose their job, they might face criticism from their partners, that might be a substantial amount of capital that goes down the tubes. So we think that the traditional industry model of making a small number of concentrated bets is actually foolish, not scientific, and not, and in fact is gambling. It's funny that they think that what we're doing is gambling. No.
Next. Hi, so I want to know, when you get back to Silicon Valley, what you're going to tell people about your experience here in the Philippines. When people ask you, why did you come to the Philippines? And what do you think they should know about, what's going on here in this room?
I doubt in 2 visits of 3 or 4 days each to the Philippines that I'm going to be an expert of the country. Most of the opinions that I form about the Philippines are probably from people that I know who've been here for longer periods of time, or from Filipinos that are friends of mine in the U.S. I think there's just a lot of countries around the world that have 50 to 100 million people or more that are interesting markets to be investing in. And, there's a lot of reasons why other more traditional investors don't go after that right away. probably also why a lot of local market investors are more cautious about how they make investments in this business. So for us, we're one of the few number of firms that I think is investing outside the U.S., and we're doing that broadly. Probably about 6 or 7 markets right now across maybe 20 or 30 countries, and I would expect we'll probably add a few more over the next couple of years. So in that sense, when I'm coming to the Philippines, or Kylie or other people are coming to the Philippines, we're probably not looking to make investments as the primary thing. A lot of it is just trying to understand the overall ecosystem and who are smart people that we want to get to know. So that could be a combination of experienced investors, experienced entrepreneurs, people who are social media natives that have visibility in what's going on, accelerator, people who are accelerator, people who are mentors. And it may also be platform companies. Trying to get a handle on what's that ecosystem look like, who are active founders and investors or experienced founders and investors. And then in many cases, a lot of our decisions about how to buy those people. So, the questions that we probably want to take back to the Philippines are: we're a major centrist of activity. Here, some of which you already know and have invested in. And how can we figure out smart strategies for finding good companies, which again usually involve people here on the ground helping us figure that out.
All right, so we have about 10 minutes left. So if anyone wants to ask a question, please come here to line up. In the meantime, I want to ask a question.
Okay.
This is easy. So if somebody asks a question, what's the worst way to pitch you and didn't work? Well, why don't you tell us the best way to pitch you and actually got your money?
Best way to pitch: gain the confidence of someone we've already invested in. So if you are friends with an entrepreneur we funded or a mentor who's in our network and you can impress them with your business, that's a much better way for you to get our attention. And you'll probably have an easier time than coming up here trying to throw your business card or pitch me in 30 seconds and have me actually think that that's worthwhile. So we basically build a very large network of founders and mentors. At this point, several thousand people. And that's all over the world in many different metros and countries. And a lot of our decision making is decentralized. So, if 2 or more founders or mentors tell us that we should be investing in the company, a lot of times we do.
Tina, you want to have a word?
So what is one thing you can tell Filipinos to make them succeed in their startups, even though it's difficult, we said many times?
Have confidence. That is the one most important thing. Have belief in yourselves. Don't buy into this bullshit that Silicon Valley is somehow better or different than you people. Silicon Valley is composed of lots of other people. In fact, many Filipinos are in Silicon Valley, in South San Francisco. So you have a direct connection to whatever magic you think resides in Northern California. Most countries we come to, there are smart people everywhere. And really the challenging thing in many of those places is more on the investor side than the entrepreneur side. It's really trying to get investors to take risks and not think that somehow their local market is worse than others. There tends to be, I would say, almost a racist level of bias in the local investor community about the lack of talent. And you hear them continually talk about how our entrepreneurs aren't as good as Silicon Valley. It's just such a load of crap. It's actually the investor community, which is usually the entrepreneurial community. You shouldn't clap too hard. Don't think you're still going to fucking fail. I'm just saying that, the differences in entrepreneurial talent abroad versus the U.S. are not nearly as large as the differences in investor experience. And I'm not saying investors aren't awesome. They can easily be awesome too. It's just there hasn't been much activity in most places. Sometimes people tend to think that there's something different about Silicon Valley. And it's just that there's a commonly held belief that people can be successful. And we all suspend our disbelief around the failure, which we know is common, but every once in a while one of us succeeds. And And that's different even on the East Coast or in other parts of the US than this Silicon Valley. So there's this manufactured environment that exists that's really based on people who believe in each other, at least for a little bit. And that's probably where you see other ecosystems and other metros succeed, is when there's enough density or enough belief going on that everybody's kind of like, yeah, we can do it. And a few people succeed, and then those people get other people to succeed, or at least believe that they can try. And so what I think is really essential is trying to get enough of a support system around you of people who believe, both investor and entrepreneur and other, so that you don't feel like you're on a different playing field than anybody else. And I often talk to people about thinking about 10 to 20 years ago. Any entrepreneur in the world right now is probably better off than any entrepreneur in Silicon Valley 15 to 20 years ago. You just have access to so much more public infrastructure, customers, tools, and technology. If you have a relatively decent access to the internet and a little bit of time in your hands, you can build things that 15, 20 years ago would cost millions of dollars and a lot more time. So, get over the lack of capital availability or your, disadvantages in whatever local market you are. There were people 20 years ago who were happy as clams to have to raise $5 million to get a fucking product out the door in 2 or 3 years. And these days, you can, in weeks or months that took years to you really don't need investors, and all you really need to do is build an interesting product that people are willing to buy. So get fucking started.
One more question. The entrepreneurial ecosystem and startups and things, a lot of people have mentors, where they mentor. So they use them to get knowledge and experience, learn from them. And with the VC world, is there such thing as well? Like, do you have a mentor?
Yeah.
Or do you just make shit up? And
Mostly I make shit up. I didn't know get a lot of time from other investors, but I did try and study and learn from people who I thought were doing interesting work. So I was fortunate to get a little bit of investment from people like Josh Koppelman and Fred Wilson and Brad Feld, Rich Kapoor, and others. And but probably a lot of people that I actually didn't raise money from who were just peers were also folks. So Jeff Clavier and Ivan Senka, we both run their own funds these days, but we're angel investors around the same time I was in Mint.com, we were all investors together here. Paul Graham in particular was a person that I watched a lot. I would say, Paul Graham, Ron Conway, and Josh Koppelman were 3 people that I really paid a lot of attention to. Just looking how their models worked and what business strategies they were going after. But a lot very different from those folks as well. So a lot of it we just tried out. Sometimes it's difficult if you're trying to disrupt an industry to find mentors who are experienced because they're used to the traditional models. And so they may advise you to do things which are too safe. A lot of people who are my investors weren't really very comfortable with our strategies and thought we were a little too crazy, a little too fast, and in general they were probably wrong. We were right. So I don't know that having a mentor always helps. If they're mentors coming from traditional industries, they may slow you down or they may caution you to not take as much risk as is useful. I think talking to other entrepreneurs, it's weird because I'm kind of doing an entrepreneur thing, but in the VC profession, so it's a little odd to think about who I kind of look at. So a lot of the people that I took inspiration from or took some coaching from other companies that were not on the VC side, they were on the operator side. But a lot of those ideas and techniques we kind of try to apply, particularly around, I would say, social media, around moving quickly, around doing a lot of small experiments. spent a fair amount of time there at Greece and Steve Blank, who are also investors in the fund, and they were really helpful in shaping a lot of ideas.
Unfortunately, our time is up. You survived. You made it. Yeah. I hope all of you learned something. Obviously, Dave is going to be around. Stop bitching on the dance floor. Urinating. Other than that, no catching, I guess, and have a chat. Thank you all. All right.
All right. Well, that was great. Yeah. Stay out of the bathroom. Don't piss in the bathroom. That's just generally good advice. All right. We're almost there, guys. I have a couple of announcements. So dinner's gonna kick off around 6 p.m. There will be buses that will take you to our dinner. Our next environment that grows our startup ecosystem either facilitates or becomes an obstacle to the growth of startups and the startup community. Let's take a look at the current ecosystem here in the Philippines, and will it help Philippine startups become the next? The CEO and founder of CloudCloud and Launch Garage, Ms. Jay. Next up is Sir Monique Ibrahim, the Deputy Executive Director of Information and Communication Technology Office, part of DOST ICTO, if you like acronyms. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Richard Bendan of the USA Stride Partnerships Manager. So I'm going to turn it over to these guys. We're going to have a little bit of a fireside chat and discussion on the startup ecosystem here.
So, possibly start? Oh, you did? Okay. Well, you know, we sort of like bars at the airport. Delayed our flight.
You were delayed as well. Well, I'll give you some questions and then let's just open it up. So, Jay, how long have you been in the startup industry? Give us a little bit of history, and then I'll have each of you start with an intro. So, Jay.
Well, if you're talking about a startup industry that looks like this.
No, the one prior to it.
Oh, you mean like in the 80s and all that?
Yeah, the good old days.
Okay, well, yeah, since the 80s. Back in high school, that's when it started. Holding a telephone.
Yeah.
At least in that space. So it's why.
All right. And what was your first successful startup venture?
Successful would be, I guess the last one, which was Airborne Active. You know, we went through the whole cycle of founding it, creating the product, getting the retail, getting the market, getting the product out to the mind share of the consumer, and eventually getting acquired.
Sermon.
What was the question?
Well, you're not really a startup founder per se, but
oh, I did.
I stand corrected. Tell us about that.
Okay, I'm actually the face of the government in the ICT industry.
And I
joined the government in 2006, 6 years after I actually retired from the operations in 2000. Well, 2002 rather, and between 2002 and 2006, I was actually running my own startup. In Spain was this space as payroll was a hero. I had a payroll company. And
So I joined government in 2006 and been staying to stay with government for 3 years, but I'm still with government right now. Somebody find me a job, another job, please.
Are you looking for a startup? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's volunteer work.
Alright. Richard.
Yes, actually, you can look at me more as an investor more than a startup person. I work for the USAID STRIDE project. So for you who don't know, USAID, United States Agency for International Development. When you think about USAID, you always think about the library, textbooks for kids. But actually, the STRIDE project is a new endeavor in terms of helping higher education. So we actually have funding to promote research in science and technology in higher education. And we think it's the best driver for economic growth. It's development at a grand scale, a sustainable scale. It's a $32 million project over 5 years. And we actually used the link I heard a while ago. We cut checks for research between industry and academia. Industry being startups, academia, so more academia. Right? There are a lot. I don't expect too many quotes, but actually, they're your avenue for funding from the US STRIDE project. You need a partner. You only get it through a partnership. So maybe talk to me later on and talk about how we can. So.
But not in the bathroom, right? Don't pitch.
Please not.
Yeah. Or the dance floor.
You don't want to see that.
Okay. Now, going back to what I would say, just the long history of the startup scene and just seeing companies come about. It has taken maybe a mainstream role in our minds with just the invention of the internet coming along. But, Jake, what in your mind can the government do to really boost the growth of the startup scene in general, or these type of industries that we're looking at?
I guess you can look at it in two ways. One is to help when in certain things, for example, like rapid organization of corporations. The SEC starting a company and trying to change the parameters of the corporate code to allow for those more flexible types of shares, recognize things like sweat equity, recognize things like free carry. There's nothing that exists right now in that level. And incentives as well. Whether in the LGU level, where cities attract startup talent to their cities because there are certain incentives, maybe tax breaks, tax holidays, or whatnot. On the other side, it would be great if the government does not interfere with certain disruptive and innovative endeavors. Everybody knows about the whole dating FRB, Uber, Grab taxi, stupid thing, right? It doesn't make any sense because here's a startup that's trying to solve the citizen's problem, but then you got the government trying to make it harder for that to happen. So there are two ways. I mean, support to grow a company and to encourage companies to start. And when they actually bring out innovation to get out of the way, or help or get out of the way. Really,
I'll defer because we always pick on the government representative on the panel, but I will come back to you. Richard, I would just ask, obviously USAID is kind of a government initiative, not necessarily within the Philippines, but it is an initiative to increase development. And you're working with one of the oldest institutions around in academia. How do you find working with government or academia and getting them to come around to what I would say is a relatively new idea? And what strategies have worked for you?
Okay, that's a tough problem for us actually. But I guess in terms of dealing with academia, we're an institutional development project. So we are actually running programs to work with institutions to make it more conducive to support startups and academics. So we're actually getting trainings, workshops, universities, to build a capacity to support research. We're actually working with the government. It's actually been supported with the ITSO's Innovation Technology Support Office, PTI. There are actually 70 plus of them, all academic institutions throughout the country. We're working with them to just go past making happen, but actually to support, sort of like being a mini incubator in their universities. So we'll roll that out, and we're going to try to help them out more.
That's great. That's great. So, Mon, I'll swing back to you. Jay had some suggestions, kind of two different approaches. Obviously, you're very active in this community. We see you all the time working startup weekends, working and Geeks on Beach, Geek on Play. You're a face here. I would ask you to first talk about just briefly what is the government doing. And then I would challenge this community that rather than giving you our opinions, what can we do to support you? And then let's take that further.
Okay, let me start by saying that the startup the startup community is relatively new in the Philippines. Okay, it basically started probably 5-6 years ago, and Philippine government getting involved in the startup process ecosystem is much. It's basically just started last year. And the very first thing that we did was actually, I'm actually the face of the government as well when it comes to the video. I am the government lead that actually taking care of sustaining the growth, the fast growth, and the global leadership of the Philippines in the video industry. And one of the reasons I believe that this sector actually grew so fast is because from the very start, it was basically, as far as I'm concerned, a hands-off policy that we had. Okay, I came from the industry. I know the pains and the challenges that the industry is actually facing. So when I got into government, it was basically, my policy was, okay, just let them do the thing. Okay? We're supposed to regulate the industry, but from 2006, 2007, we've not done anything actually to regulate the industry. Okay? It's actually just helping the police, catch all those guys who are actually using the BPO industry as a venue or a vehicle for doing not so good things. Okay? So, in the startup process sector, right now, my belief is as long as I'm actually in the government lead there, is going to be the same policy. Okay, probably I was let the sector grow, market driven. Okay, and in fact, last year, what would be the question we had is, okay, what is supposed to be government's role here? So what we did is we actually organized several roundtable discussions. Jay, most of the startup leaders actually in this room were part of that roundtable discussion. We basically asked the group, what do you want us, what role do you want us to play? So most of the initiatives that we have right now, the running of the Philippine Startup Challenge, basically it's an idea of our good friend Jojo Flores. The challenge is through to us is model. Okay, we need 500 ideas every year. Okay, so the only way we can actually have that is through school-based competition. So we just launched that together with the Philosophy Industrialization. We're actually supporting small things, okay, like startup weekends here, there. Okay, we are also supporting the first year of operations of the Founders Institute in the Philippines. Okay, and we're doing startup boot camps for university faculties all over the Philippines beginning this year, and we plan to do it for the next 2 years. So these are initiatives that were actually suggested. All of these initiatives came from voices from people invited who joined us during these several roundtable discussions.
That's great. I think, just one of those discussions to kick off around this event last year, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
So, we appreciate that we do have a lovely face, but also a listening ear in the government.
And, I would just challenge us that it's very easy to fall into the trap of criticizing the activities or criticizing the government. But we all need to be proactive, both sides of the table, if you will. Jay, where do you see us now, and what kind of next steps do you see that need to be made in the next year for the startup scene to grow and succeed?
Vis-a-vis the government health. I know exactly what's been preoccupying Juan and his team, the USD. Right now, they're playing that transformational role. They're trying to promote entrepreneurship, tech entrepreneurship. In the countryside, they're teaching the teachers in schools. So they're playing that role very well, and that's really moving forward. But when we start hitting, or when the startups start thinking about certain policy changes, who do we talk to? Do we talk to Mon? Will Mon be the voice in the government for us? Do we, in the case of, let's say, foreign ownership of companies, which is a big barrier for investors to really make a big impact here, who do we talk to? That's a legal issue. We have to lobby someone to write a bill. In fact, it's not just a bill, it's a charter change issue. So it's huge. SEC rules, that's probably addressable by the Congress. So who do we talk to in Congress? Maybe we need a liaison already. I mean, that role might, the need for that role to emerge might already be apparent. Of course, not letting go of the whole entrepreneurship programs, inspirational program, education, moving it now into being the advocates of the founders of the startup.
That's good. That's good. Richard, I'll change the question slightly, but from your perspective and in the investments that you guys are making, the checks that you're writing, what would you like to see the government do, or what could they improve on?
One of the concerns of ours for our efforts would be we want more collaborative efforts between industry and academia. Our grants are actually just for that type of collaboration. The trust between the two parties sometimes is hard to make. Sorry, collaboration. If government can somehow make that trust bridge easier to cross, it could be policies over better enforcement of non-disclosure agreements. Even that concept is, even though it's easy to sign an agreement saying I can give you secrets, there's some cultural issues I think that we would have to build a trust more. Hopefully government can somehow help in that partnership with the industry and academia.
That's good. That's good. Mon, I know you have a lot on your plate right now. I do like Jay's suggestion of maybe a liaison or a place. What is the DOST's kind of position on this? What is your role, and how do we map out this next step?
We can certainly take the lead in bringing some of the issues that we need to address, and bring them to the right people. Okay. One strategy that we're actually looking at right now is developing champions both in the Senate and the Congress. Of course, in the Senate, we have Senator Bob Aquino there, and actually linked, people like Bobby Guy and Senator Bob. But the challenge really is actually identifying and working with a champion at the lower house. Okay, and a lot of these things actually usually start in the lower house. So it's also, we need to educate some of the people that we were able to identify as potential champions for us. Okay. We've been able to do this in the BPO industry when we were just starting there. There's no reason for us not to actually be able to develop champions, entrepreneurship champions in both houses, especially in the lower house, because we already have Senator Bambino, which is in the Senate. And by the way, the very first bill that he actually filed was the
Omnibus Act was actually approved by the President. So that is one area where the community and government can actually work together. Okay, we can start with informal meetings with these people, but it's basic education for the legislators.
That's great. I was just informed that we have to wrap up, but I would like to just go around quickly, just briefly share maybe some closing thoughts, what you see the community being able to do, how we can improve or deepen this partnership, from all industries, from the industry, from government to academia and tech, right? So Richard, I'll let you go first.
For policy, I think for schools, particularly for IT policy, people should sit down and think what makes sense. What really would incentivize research and startups. That's what I did mention a while ago. It's an issue. We should try to implement policies that, even in startup universities, there are so many complex processes to get funding for USA. That's something we should try to look into, sort of take up there somewhere.
Well, one of the things that actually was given to us, or well, given to us by people involved in the roundtable meetings that will be organized, is that we need a Philippine startup roadmap to be developed. Okay, and now that we're done with the launching of the Philippine Startup Talents, that's going to be the next big thing that we in our office, our agency, need to actually work with the startup community. Okay? We definitely need to have a startup roadmap done within a year. And I look forward to actually continuously working with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Juan with regards to educating the key players in the government, particularly the Congress, because you're right about it being the starting point, right? I don't know if it makes any sense since we don't have any kind of representation in Congress, there's actually an opportunity to have a party list for startup Congress. I'm going to be part of that. Okay, why not? Okay. But it's really that. It's to educate Congress and government, even SEC at least, right?
That's great. So, gentlemen, thank you for sharing your thoughts. We're all in the same boat. We're working to build a brighter future for tomorrow and for you. So, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we end the session, we just like to quickly recap before we head to the party. Woo! All right, I was just looking up for a quick recap and some special announcements. The stage is over here. Yes. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to thank you for today. It was it's a little interesting. We're a little late, but we're blaming the planes, right? Who are we blaming? We can't blame ourselves. Okay, the planes. But yay!
We thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your
Amazing. Thank you so much.
No matter what. We have breakout sessions. Did you guys know today we have breakout sessions? So tomorrow we have a ton of them. All right. So tomorrow there's Women Tech Breakfast. You need to RSVP. I think we're almost sold out. All of you, I'll send you an email with the link for the RSVP, our Women Tech Breakfast, hosted by Janet Farrell, sponsored by Science and Technology Advisory Council, with CLC, and partners. And then we have a couple of sessions while we're here. And then starting at 9 o'clock, we will have parallel sessions. We will have sessions in the ballroom. Most of them will be panels. And then we will have one session in the condo towers, Tower 3 across the parking lot. We will have one session there, breakout sessions. They are all in the agenda. Click on breakouts. Okay. And tomorrow afternoon is the most exciting. There's going to be 4 sessions at the same time. All right, you ready for this? You guys are going to go crazy. So we're going to have lunch, and then this room is, when you come back after lunch, this room is going to be 3 little rooms. So it's Monte Carlo 1, 2, and 3.
Wow.
And then the 4th session is at the project room at the towers, which is across the parking lot to your right when you walk in that building across the parking lot. So 4 sessions at the same time tomorrow afternoon. All right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like running around like college all over again.
Well, this is like when you go to a theme park and you decide which, ride I should go first. But you wanted all these speakers to whatever you want, we give it to you. Yeah?
Got it.
You're very excited. Why are you hungry?
We are all hungry. But one more thing. Just one more thing. We have to thank our sponsors. They are the people who made this possible, and we have to thank them all the time. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to read through this, you're going to listen, and after that, you're going to give a big round of applause, and that's the end, and we're going to go party. Alright. Are you ready? Let's set the background music. Ready? Go! Co-presenters, smart, bro, smart, energy exchange. Lots of new sponsors, Airbnb, Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft. Official Sea Travel Partner, To Go. Official E-Ticketing Partner, Eventbrite. Silver sponsors, Island Souvenirs, Infocom Investments. Bronze sponsors, Silicon Valley. Alchemy Partners, Kickstarter Ventures, Mapai Development Corporation, Arcanus, Freelancer, Player Sharing, ChangeTip, Glow Telecom. And there's something written in the blue hand, Code Republic. Okay, official event app partner. Cyberplant, media partners, Asian Journal Publications, Public Finance Magazine, Sunstar, Cebu Daily News, Asia, Webby, Newsdex, Asia, E27, Auza.net, InnoPub Media, INU Media, Okoda Advertising, 13 Media are also planned, 032.com. You read that? No way. Pikatin Radio, 10 minutes, Pinoy, great deals, everything. Cebu. Innovation is everywhere. Obviously. Stock Magazine. Geeks in Cambodia. Institutional partners. Philippine Software Industry Association. Brain Game Network. The National ICT Confederation of the Philippines. Cebu in IT. Or Cebu in its setting. Game Developers Association of the Philippines. Digital Commerce Association of the Philippines. Zelcom. And our supporters. Plug and Play Tech Center. Mining Emo. Cookie Mobile. G Cosmetics Manufacturing. Malamban Lipo. Find Upgrades Plus. FlipTech. Historia.net. Pascual Laboratories. Coins.ph. And last but not the least, Green Foods. Round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Let's go. Party.
So dinner, you will meet in the lobby area at approximately 6 p.m.
We are going to take a bus
or buses
somewhere
What time is it?
where there's going to be food. It's 5:45 p.m., so we got 15 minutes. Don't be late because the bus is deep. To where we're going to eat.
All right, guys. Thanks for making day one an awesome day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Maestro, play the music louder. Come on, hit it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good